comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari yari.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is a table where women discuss issues that surround women, things that bothers us and things that makes us happy, things that gives us the privilege to continue to be the good mother that we should be and the good wife that we should be and a good person in the society. We talk about everything here. We talk about men because they also ask, why don't you discuss men? We do talk about men. Sometimes, but not always. It is a table for women where we converse and where we discuss. It's a pleasant being here with you this day. I have my women in the studio who are going to be discussing some of the topics with me today. As usual, I have on my left Ayo Ali, Ali Balogun. Yes, Ayo, you're welcome to the table.
Thank you for having me.
You are looking so amazing.
Thank you.
I keep stealing things from you. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. And of course, I have my fashionista in the house. We all know who she is. She is Princess Edith Madejimo. Edith, you're welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You are looking so amazing, so dashing.
Thank you. Very true.
Well, very true.
Very true.
Thank you, Ayo.
Very true.
Thank you, Ayo.
I'm blushing.
Don't blush.
Very true.
Anyway, someone is.
So are you looking very good?
Yeah,
not
thank
looking
you.
bad either.
Thank you. But that's a guy behind the camera who is always here for us, who is also blushing and looking at Princess with some kind of eye saying she looks so pretty. Anyway, thank you ladies for coming on to this program. Okay, so we're just going to be going straight to this talk, and then it's a write-up from Stella Justice Wanya. She is a legal and a marriage counselor. Okay, so this is what she talked about. It's on DNA. I know we have talked about DNA on this table. I'm sure Ayo wasn't here when we talked about, but you were here. But this is a different dimension on the talk of DNA. And she says, if your husband threatens DNA tests on your children and you know they are his, let him do it. Once it comes out positive, go straight to a lawyer. File a civil claim for breach of trust and ask for 100 million compensation. Oh. Marriage is not a testing ground for suspicions. Let him test, let him confirm, but don't let him get away with breaking your trust. Case closed. This is so much. When I saw it, I'm like, okay, no, we need to talk about this. Do you agree with her, Abiodun?
I don't. I don't. Now, not about the DNA testing, but the aftermath of the DNA testing. Now,
okay, so asking for compensation of 100 million, that's what you don't.
I don't agree to that. Yes, marriage is a contract, but is it transactional? No. What led to the man wanting to have DNA in the first place? What led to it? That's it. If you really love the man and you really want your marriage, and you want to stay back in the marriage, you want to know what led to the suspicion in the first place. So to solve any problem, you need to have the root cause analyzed. There's a root cause analysis of any problem, Now, having said that, you also want to go further to see if you can salvage a marriage. You would walk away if the feelings is dead. Why would he want a DNA? Does it have to do with my character? Does it have to do with my positioning? What led to that suspicion? Treat it if you want to keep your marriage. Now, so thereafter, is the father of the kids, whether or not, let me bring another twist to the matter.
Okay.
In the Nigerian law, you know, for a few years now, there's been a lot of bohaha on DNA, this one, or a married woman carried this one. The Nigerian law says it, and I have lawyers who have educated me on this. A man and a woman got married. The woman falls pregnant for another man, whether found out through DNA or not. That child from that union belongs to the husband of that union.
The husband you married.
The man you married, except the man states otherwise.
Oh, okay.
Except that's the law in Nigeria as at today. Now, why would the man want to do DNA? That brings us to character issue, trust issues. What led to it? Is the marriage done? If the marriage is done, then there's no need filing for you. Just file for divorce and everybody moves on. You don't go and file for breach of trust and breach of rights to kiniko. I think you still stay in the same marriage. I don't think so.
It will not be heard.
Okay. It will not be healthy. But let me come to you. Now she's saying it is not right for her to have claimed money. But is it also right for the man to suspect her to the extent of wanting to do a DNA without discussing with her? Because I'm sure if there was a discussion on this, I don't think it would get to this extent of, go and do DNA. I don't trust you. Can we talk? This is the reason why I do not trust you. Do you think the blame is only on the woman for asking for 100 million naira? Would you ask for 100 million?
Oh, you're throwing it at me. I would not ask for 100 million. Why would I ask for 100 million? You can't demand for your husband coming all of a sudden to ask for the DNA. Like she said, there must be some character, maybe deficiency in your character. There must be a breakdown of trust for the man to wake up all of a sudden and want to conduct a DNA, either with your consent or without your consent. And if he asks for your consent, please grant him, let him go ahead. And if he come back positive, you know there is a breach in trust. Then where did this start from? When did you start distrusting me? Is it from my character? Did I display anything that will make you distrust me? Did my conduct make you not to trust me? You also have to look inward. That is it. You also have to look inward to see if you have any one point or the time or the other time to make a move that makes him to, not to trust you or to question your integrity. Now that he has done it, you sit him down. You have to talk. You made him sorry for what he did, but not you going as far as suing him to pay you 100 million. When he come to pay you that 100 million, and you still be in that marriage, how do you think you're going to relate in that marriage? Family are going to come in. This is not just about you and the man now. You now go to, to the extended family. How are you going to look at this man tomorrow and say, yeah, I eat your 100 million, nothing happened? And you think you'll be comfortable in that home?
No, I don't think in that case she will still remain in the marriage.
Thank you.
I do not think so.
So if you want to take a walk after that, maybe he's not trusting you, after doubting you and all that. If you want to take a walk, if you want to sue for divorce, go ahead and do it if you're done. And let him know that I'm suing for divorce because of so A and so Z. You understand? Let him know that this is what you did, or this is what you do that make me to fight for divorce.
Okay. Ayo, let me come to you. Okay, so you have said you were not going to ask for 100 million naira compensation when it turns out to be that the children are his. But what will you do? You're not asking for 100% compensation. What's your decision? What would you have done if you were in that shoes?
So it brings me back to, in what context did the DNA matter arose? Was there conflict before then? Was there tension? You can't have a loving relationship and say you want to do DNA.
Okay.
You can't. So there's trust deficits, like Princess said. So once there's trust issues, it's either you work hand in hand, seek counseling to, salvage the marriage. If there's no trust in the marriage or in any relationship, business relationship or whatever relationship, there's no point for it. You understand? So now, let's now say what led to the man saying, he wants DNA. I love what Princess said. You have to do introspection. Check yourself what have I displayed? And sometimes online counselors.
Okay, so I want to find out why you think it has to do with just the lady. Why
That's
didn't
what I'm
the
going to-
man, I mean, you were suspecting your wife. There's this lack of trust all of a sudden because there's something you have seen or, something going on. Why don't you sit her down? Why do you just come up and say, go do a DNA test?
So it means that there's also the issue of context. What led to what? Is why I said there has to be a root cause analysis of what has led the man to make that demand. This is not exonerating the man at all. However, it's quite easy because as a woman, you know where you were before you met the man. You know at the time you met the man. You know if you went to see another man. So it's only the woman that can tell to a certain degree who the father of
the
her
child is.
or
Yes.
children is. So but having said that, for the man to come to say, I want to do DNA, I love when Princess said, the man has sorted her consent. Means there's room for the solution. Why? And if you people are mature enough, emotionally intelligent enough to want to salvage a relationship, be mindful of the action you take, whether he does DNA or not. The products of that marriage are those children,
Yeah.
and they're more important
Important.
than your ego or than whatever you're going through at the moment. So I would take that approach. I'll consider the mental health of my children as I consider the mental health of myself, not my ego, not my pride.
Another thing I see there, it doesn't always have to be or do with the woman. At times it's the man. Maybe he has some medical issue. You never can tell. Yeah, that's
I was
Yeah.
going to come there. You
Yeah.
just took it off me.
Yeah, there. So maybe at a point he actually did not know his medical status, and along the line he had something took him to hospital and he was able to find out his medical status, and now he began to question himself. When did this start? When did I start being not be able to?
Yeah.
Are you getting it?
Absolutely.
So he has to now flashback. When he was a young man, some girls can just come and say, I'm pregnant for you. And, some men will say, I've got this pregnant, I've got a pregnant, I'm very fertile. There are some,
Not knowing that
so
he's loading the gun and somebody else is
shooting it.
Oh my God.
Somebody else is shooting it. And he's just not the empty catching.
Do you understand?
You can imagine that. So,
Okay, so if that's the situation,
okay.
the situation, of course, because he just, maybe a doctor just told him, you are this or you are that, don't you think it would have been better he discusses with the wife and let her know why he's wanting her
You
to
never
go do
can
that?
tell what some men would do.
Or
When some men-
even women would
We
do.
do. When some men have the opportunity to bring down a woman, they leave no stone unturned. Now they will forget they are going to be at the receiving end. Eventually. Because now these kids are yours, and you are happy that they are your children. Now you are going to strip yourself naked. He won't think of that initially. All he will be thinking is, I want to do DNA. I want to find out if this children are mine. You get it, and he just want to deal with the lady, disgrace the
Embarrass
woman,
her.
embarrass the woman. At that time,
Brings us back to the issue of unhealthy
relationship. So, but it's aftermath of the DNA that it will not dawn on him, like, what have I just done? That will be medicine after death. And if you have a woman that is very firm, that is where this claim is coming from. A woman that is very firm, that was trying to cover your nakedness all along, so to say, and that's where she was okay. Now that it has come to this,
But the story says that the narrative says that you are sure he's the father of the children. So there's no nakedness. to cover.
okay, yeah, that's
You
the story.
understand?
So the
You know.
woman is actually sure the man is the
She
father.
didn't play around.
No, she didn't play around. She trusted herself.
Yes.
That is it.
So
So
for me,
what gives the man the
Impression.
that
that is
these
where,
kids are not mine?
So if the man says that to me,
Okay.
the first thing is, sure, you go for DNA, but be sure that you're questioning my integrity as
Why
a
doing this?
woman and as your wife. What has led to this? Naturally, I'll be angry. Naturally,
Sure.
I will throw the tantrums of this world.
True.
But bottom line is, do I still love this man?
After all that.
After all he has said,
Or
we have not even
even-
done
yes.
the DNA. He has just come to me. The fact that he has sought my consent tells me that he's trying to salvage
The marriage.
the relationship.
Because I would have gone ahead without telling you.
That's it.
After all, they are his kids.
And you will never know.
No.
Until one day he will now brag about it that you are here talking about, I did DNA on my children and on the kids. They are my children.
And trust me, they can brag.
And they can brag. And how would you feel that you now got to know later that he went to do DNA
Behind you.
behind you? That is actually very devastating.
Very, very.
Okay, so both ladies are saying they will not ask for 100 million naira compensation. It would be nice to have listened or heard from other women out there to know. I'm sure the Gen Z girls
And millennials.
and well, the Gen Z girls will ask for 100 million compensation. But anyway, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back to continue this discussion. Sit back. Welcome back. We're still here, WIC. We're still discussing the DNA. If you will be asking for 100 million compensation after your husband asks you to do a DNA, and of course you're very sure those children are yours, will you be asking for 100 million compensation, or you're just going to be upset and let it go because you love your husband? We would have loved to hear your response. But anyway, the women here are, let's say, representing you. It might not be 100%, but 80% representation. Okay, one word for the DNA, so we can move on. You say you're not going to be asking for a compensation. So what will you tell your husband?
So at this point, I sat on the inside. Do I still love this man? Do I still want this relationship? And what would be the fate of my children? Of course, we'll do the DNA. Being a woman of integrity and substance, I'll go for it. And but then we will have to work on building the trust again.
And you will still remain in the marriage?
Yes, if I still love the man.
Okay, Edith, will you want to remain in the marriage?
So I said, so if I still love the man, I meant to say that. Now, you know, love is very subjective. So I'll still remain in the marriage if the man is still of value to me.
Oh my God!
If the man is still of value
To you, if the man is still of value to
you understand?
Ayo.
You
Yeah.
put the upsets on one side.
Right.
Women learn to put the upset. Even me that I'm saying this, I'm teaching myself. Put the upsets on one side. Put it aside. Is this man of value? Is he a provider? Is he everything? So then I'll begin to check. You want to do your pros and cons.
You know, this time you're going to put everything on the table and begin to tick.
Yeah.
And this is the time for you to really have a reflection and begin to tick one by one. Are we doing this? Is this okay? Should we go ahead?
Ladies, my how do I say it? Anyway, let me leave it. Let me leave it at that, because you just got me when you said, I wasn't expecting that. When you said if the man is still of value to you.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
I wasn't expecting that. But anyways, let's move on, Edith. Do you want to conclude on the DNA thing? Would you still be with your husband? Would you want to keep your husband if he's still of a value, or if you still love him? Which one?
Yeah, if there's still love in the marriage, it's a two-way thing. It's not just one way. Not whether I still love him. If he still love me and I still have some amount of love for him, it's workable.
Okay.
I can still be in the marriage.
You
But we
can.
have to talk.
You can't still be in the marriage, but there must be a talk. There must be
A discussion.
with coffee or tea, as you might want to have.
And he has to beg me,
Of course.
beg me well.
Okay, so we're going to the 100 million naira thing,
no,
because
no,
he has
no,
to
it
beg.
doesn't have
Is
to
he
be
just
100
begging you?
No, that's transactional.
Uh.
You can make a transactional matter romantic. So I have done all of this. What led to this? The man coming to you to ask for, DNA means that he still wants a relationship with you. He just wants to be sure. Something led him. So once we have treated that matter, now you have to win me all over.
Yeah.
you have to.
You-
remember.
that's
Does he have to buy you gifts?
You have no.
or
You have
something?
to. Gift is understatement.
No,
You have to-
I mean, what
he has
do
to,
He
he
has
has
to-
to win me. Mean he has to wow me all over because I have to feel.
we
that
have to
you're-
start building that trust all over again.
again.
You don't get it. You want to build the trust all over again. She wants to build the trust
With
with
gifts.
him, wowing her, and then
Yes, because you see, the truth of the matter is something gave on the inside of me. It's natural. You have questioned my integrity, and it's for someone who upholds herself as a woman of integrity, it's going to shatter me.
Of course.
So I love you, but you have to win me back.
and not just with talking to you. It's going to
talk.
come with gifts.
Even without the DNA issue, I'm winning you every day because I'm going to be buying you a gift. You have to buy me a gift too. You're being kind, considerate.
Did you hear that? Who talk here?
Anyway, let's leave the DNA for the man, and let's leave the 100 million naira compensation for the woman. It might be in a different way. It doesn't have to be 100 million naira compensation.
It can be kind.
But you could just woo me by spoiling me with gifts, spoiling me with cash gifts, spoiling me with getting me a beautiful car.
Talking.
Getting me a beautiful car to calm me down because
Yeah.
you didn't trust me,
Actually
and
step
that's
on my
not
toe.
good. That's not
Yeah.
good for marriage. You just have to trust me because there's love in the marriage. Anyway, let's move on. Let's go to an everyday woman. How can an everyday woman help to shape the system? I mean, looking at Nigeria right now, the country needs help. The American has referred to Nigeria as a country with particular concern, and you hear people say women can actually help to build a damaged, let me not say the country, but a damaged relationship in a marriage or even, just relationship. Women are always there, or rather they're the ones that are able to build this relationship together. Okay, so now how can an everyday woman in this country help to shape the system, the economic system, everything about Nigeria? How can we help?
So I think I'm going to start first by identifying who the everyday woman is. Now, because Nigeria, average Nigerian with the thing, is that woman walking on the streets,
Of
the
course,
ordinary
yeah.
citizen. So there's that ordinary citizen as an everyday woman. There's that chairman of captain of industry as an everyday woman. Bottom line is wherever strata you fall into, rich, poor, one thing that you need to have at the back of your mind as a woman, as a man, as a Nigeria, is that your allegiance is to the country, the entity called Nigeria. The first step is to build the mindset of the people, and that's what I do as a human development trainer. You see that the Nigeria is so blessed with the human resources, but yet there's a huge deficit. How does that person contribute to the growth and development of the country? First, you begin a mindset shift. Remove the me.
True.
Begin to have kind consideration for others, not sympathy, empathy, where you build a society that thrives on empathy. That captain of industry, that CEO of an organization, the employer of labor, are you kind? There's a difference between being nice and being kind. A lot of people put up the facade of niceness without being kind. They're slave drivers. You now have that. So put that on the other side. So on your day-to-day, are you a kind person? I saw Prince and I was like, oh wow, you're beautiful.
True.
God spent over time on you, and I remember the day I met you, it was like, wow, it was like love at first sight.
True.
Be kind. You can never underestimate the power of kindness.
Your ways.
Your words, your actions. Be a person of integrity as a woman. Women will say, I'm doing this for my children. You still, because of the children. Would you be proud to have a thief as a child? You're promiscuous because of a child. Would you be proud to have a promiscuous child? These are the things. Life is in phases. You go through ups and downs. But one thing is that the average woman, any woman, whether rich, poor, whether you're going through a downtime, you're oppressed, you're feeling oppressed, you're depressed, you are at your high, have at the back of your mind that value. You must have that value for self. Your self-value as a woman, self-value as a daughter, wife, single woman, married, it doesn't matter. Importantly, see yourself as a representative of that family unit. They say no woman, no nation. No woman, no nation. So when you see women do things that are wrong, it breaks my heart. My sisters, a few times I've been in the ladies, you using the restroom, and I'm maybe by the water faucet washing my hands, and you see women, grown women, exit the toilet cubicle and leave without washing their hands.
Yeah.
A few times I've been like, oh, excuse me, and they're like, yeah, and I'm like,
Oh God.
It is very important.
God.
that's something as basic as that. You must see yourself as a person of pride. You must feel the need to give account, not just to your family, to your establishment, to your community. Be part of the community where you live. You expect a better Nigeria. Do you expect Ogolese or Beninua to come and do it, fix
starts
us for
from
us?
you.
Change starts from you.
Yeah.
So that's it.
That's it for you. Edith,
Wow, that's
what is it
explicit.
for you?
Explicit. Okay, everyday woman, how, please can I get the question again?
Yes, how can everyday woman help to shape the system?
Shape the society. We can do that in diverse way. She has just explained, she delved into a different angle. There are so many things we do. When you are a woman of integrity, there are certain things you should do to uphold that integrity. You can't just say you're a woman of integrity, you're this, and you're not doing things that will qualify you as a woman of integrity. How do you affect the society? By affecting your environment positively. Start being accountable to yourself. As a woman of integrity, you have to be accountable to yourself, to your immediate society, your family, then before your society. If you are not accountable to yourself and to your family, you won't be accountable to the society. Then do your bit. Just like you said, there are ghost drivers. There are some people that have domestic staff, the way they treat their staff. You as a neighbor, you just look at them and shake head. And there are also good people that have domestic staff, the way they treat their staff, you look at them and give them thumbs up. So how do you affect your society, your immediate family, your immediate staff, your staff? How do you treat them? That is the one way of affecting your society. Then you being a woman in the society, there is this, my upbringing, there is this way they taught us when you are in an environment, we say it takes a woman to bear a child, but it takes a community to raise a child. So that is, I feel, that's another way of affecting your society positively. You see another child going the wrong way, you look away. Are you affecting your society or your environment in a positive way? No. Whatever you can do to correct that child at that point in time, do it without mind knowing the parent or even want to know the parent.
Okay, so let me come in there, Edith. We're talking about how an everyday woman can shape the system or help shape the society. And you are talking about correcting children. Some mothers don't accept that. So I have come across a mother who was fighting her neighbor. I was driving past, I had to stop by and say, what's going on here? I needed to, women,
Excuse me.
Women, let me use the Yoruba language, baby. I wanted to know what was going on. Okay, and this was this lady asking the daughter who just turned 15, but was wearing an exposing clothes to go out. And she called her back and said, no, I mean, this is too exposing to trek. If you're sitting in mommy's car, that'll be nice, but go back and wear something more covering. And then the mother came down from upstairs. Go and advise your own child. Leave my child. Did I beg you to advise my child? So in a situation like that, it's not every mother that accepts that you talk to their children.
It's different way of correction. I understand what you are saying. There are some parents out there, not just a mother, there are some parents that doesn't want you to talk to their children. They will ask their children not to greet anybody. There are some parents like that. So when it comes to affecting the society positively, I believe you do your bit, do your quota, and do it very well.
Okay, do your bit, do your quarter, and do it very well. And then Ayo had said that she gave an example of someone using the toilet and she was there and she calls the person back. Do this. I mean, as little as it is. Thank you for being tuned today on WIC. We'll see you again next time. My name is Patricia Uru.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Akatappo masquerade in display during one of the traditional functions in Anambra State to the delight of people in the community and create fun for excitement. Akatappo masquerade originated from the Igbo culture area of southeast Nigeria, with strong native traditions and importance in Anambra State. It is performed during important cultural festivals such as Iriji, New Yam Festival, and other traditional events in Isofia in Anambra State. Agakpo masquerade is known as very active, sometimes wild or energy masquerade. Due to its high energy and unpredictable movements, it usually requires strong handlers to manage it, sometimes with a rope tied around the waist to control its movements. Note, it is often regarded as a representation of deity that honor the community appearing during the cultural celebration.
Even ready, multi-league, Chumasin. Happy Sunday.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, tech lovers. Yes, you're tuning into Tech Today, that one program where we discuss everything, anything technology, where we'll break it down to you in simple terms and we'll let you understand what we're talking about when it comes to the world of technology. Yes, my name is Momo Lawal, or you can call me Mr. Kankan, and you'll be correct. Today, we'll be diving into something that is changing the way we live, the way we work, and the way we learn. We talk about it every day. It's called AI chatbots, artificial intelligence chatbots. Yes, from the popular ChatGPT to Google Gemini to several other chatbots that we have out there. These smart assistants are helping Gen Zs, they're helping the millennials, they're helping everybody to create content, helping them to, small businesses run efficiently and also making everyday life easier. But now the question goes, are they really helping the future, or is this just a hype? We're going to explore this today, and I have a guest today. Is a tech, I want to call him a tech guru, but then he's a back-end engineer, Alex Uche. Welcome to the program, brother.
Thank you for having me, Momo.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in the program. So, Alex, we're going to talk about this artificial intelligence chatbots, and but before we go into that, we're going to, talk about what is happening in the world of tech. We're going to share what we call the tech updates from the global perspective to what is happening here in Nigeria. Stay tuned for the next segment, which is called Tech Updates. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Yes, it's still tech today. And going straight into the tech update segment, we have first globally that robots are now smarter at working with humans. That's what Fujitsu is saying. So Fujitsu has introduced a new technology that allows robots to understand and predict human movements when working in the same space. So what this just simply means now, before now, we all know robots just follow instructions. But with this new system, robots can now sense what a human worker is about to do and adjust their actions, like it's slowing down or if a person is moving, aside. So why this is important for us to know is that with this new technology, it makes the workplace safer. You don't see a robot walking into a wall or just, going because you say move, it just moves. It now knows when to stop and not when to keep going. It reduces accidents in factories and in industries. This also shows that robots are being designed now to assist humans and not to replace them, for popular opinion. And also this means that this future of work is a collaboration and not competition. Alex, this tech update about robots, we all know what robots are before, and now we're having them now doing things like assisting their, and not just following instructions, but now becoming an assistant. What do you think about this update, brother?
For me, I think it's amazing.
Okay.
The fact you have somebody who understands you, a bot who understands you, who can even think for you. So it's amazing. It's a good one where
it's a good one.
It makes you active. It gives you insights. It lets you know what's happening, what's going to happen, and what has happened. All this together, sourcing all these informations, and you have it at your fingertips. It's amazing.
Thereby making life easier. All right. Next on the tech updates, we have global experts are warning about AI, that is artificial intelligence, becoming too powerful. So over 800 experts, tech leaders and public figures worldwide are calling for a pause on developing artificial intelligence systems that could surpass human intelligence. So what is happening right now is that AI is getting smarter very, very fast. I believe you all know, because sometimes before you think something is already even acting in that way, it even has sarcasm and all of that. Before people say AI could not have emotions, but now you'll be talking to your chatbot and it's even saying, come on, you're funny. And it's giving you all those emotions and you think you're interacting with a real human being. So experts now fear that if it becomes too powerful without proper rules, humans may struggle to control how it is being used. So AI already is affecting some jobs, and then social media, and you see some fake news flying around, and it's even affecting decision making. So what those 800 plus experts are saying is without regulation, proper regulation, it could be abused, and governments are being urged to act early. Alex, I think this is a wake-up call for governments and people around that use AI. So this update I think is a valid one, and it's a good one.
It is, and it's here to stay for us to actually regulate the AI, know what it's about, and then make sure it doesn't go overboard.
Yes,
it's a good one.
Imagine AI. I think I watched a episode on a series one time when you see the name of the series is Love, Death and Robots. Okay? So this AI chatbot now started overdoing the work. It was supposed to be a cleaner, a vacuum cleaner, but now it now started being a smart vacuum cleaner. And now started purging the house and purging the owner. So without regulations, we don't know where AI is going to go. So the message is very simple: AI progress must go hand in hand with safety and responsibility. Lastly, on the global tech updates, we have that McDonald's is using artificial intelligence to run its supply chain. So McDonald's has developed AI, artificial intelligence, to manage how food and supply move across its global outlets. So AI now helps McDonald's predict how much food customer will need, where it is needed, and when, so they don't overstock or run out. So this is something we should care about, and it's an update that we should know, because now it means that we'll have less food waste and faster services and lower costs, which can even help to stabilize prices. What do you imagine this, Alex, being brought into Nigeria here, and you see our food out? It seems you like food very well.
Exactly, my point. You know, if this is being brought to Nigeria space, you know, it will cut down a lot of wasteful resources.
I agree, bro.
Where you get to know how much it's been. But for example, you have to employ an accountant who has to know how much you need to manage. But with this sort of AI, it gives you everything. You need this amount for today. We use X amount tomorrow. And then it's all wrapped up. And
people don't need to, there's no food wastage anymore.
Exactly. Cut off labor, so many things.
It's cut out.
It's cut out.
AI is really helping the world. Now, going local now, the tech updates happening here in Nigeria. First, we have Nigeria's approved satellite internet companies. So Nigeria has approved satellite license for companies like Amazon's Project Cooper to provide internet services. So what this simply means is that instead of relying only on cable, that's fiber cables, optical cables and all of that, or network masts, internet can now be sent directly from satellites in space. We have one, like I think Starlink does that. So yeah, this means you have better internet in rural areas and remote areas that don't have masts that's up to that area.
Exactly.
You have support online. This can also support online education and also encourage remote jobs. And also, it can also boost Nigeria's digital economy. Alex, I think this is a welcoming one. This is a good tech update from Nigeria.
I really appreciate the Nigerian tech team. I really like the tech experts for actually bringing this around because it's a good one. If this stays in our internet, you know how much we use the internet daily. You know our issues with our internet.
So people are streaming us right now within the internet.
Exactly. So you know how it is bringing the Starlink, and you know others will come in. It's a competition, and then we get it right.
Yeah, I agree. We'll get it right, and then we'll now bridge the gap of how people can access the internet. People in the rural areas especially can have these services right in their doorstep because it's just to access the satellite. Next on the tech update locally, we have Nigeria takes action against abusive loan apps. So there are new regulations that have been introduced to control digital lending platforms, especially these loan apps that harass borrowers. So now, what this simply means is that loan apps can no longer shame users. They cannot send threats or contact families and friends aggressively over unpaid loans. So this is Alex, I don't think have you ever experienced something like this before?
Not directly.
Okay. But to not be directly.
We're on the internet and we see what happens.
Okay,
people lashing out on people.
Yeah.
And now with all this AI, you see that it cannot just come in.
You see that they tell you that they call their friend to tell them that their friend is owing them money, blah, 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 use their name as collateral, which is just lies.
Family and friends.
And they now know that you borrowed money from a loan app.
We even heard at the time, one time, some loan app would take videos or pictures of some of their users
and start sharing
it online.
That's a breach of privacy. Now, why is this very important for us as a tech update is because this protects the user's dignity and privacy, like what Alex just shared. It also encourages fair lending practices, and also it builds trust in the Nigeria fintech space. It's a good one. I think it's a good one, and I'm enjoying this tech update. So technology, of course, should solve problems, not create new ones. Lastly, on the tech update segment, before we get into our topic of today, Nigeria pushes for a unified AI strategy. So the Nigerian Communications Minister has called for a national and African-wide plan on how AI should be developed and used, similar to what what they're calling out in the global scene. Yeah. So instead of scattered efforts around, Nigeria wants a clear roadmap on artificial intelligence. They want to know how it's being built, how it is being regulated and applied across different sectors. So, Alex, this is a talk update that I think we said similar thing globally, and I was saying it now that the NCC is now,
putting it in Nigeria. I really want to thank the NCC for actually bringing this, or should I say foresight, for bringing this in Nigeria, trying to regulate how this goes.
Because we see a lot of things happen to social media nowadays. You don't even know what is real and what is fake nowadays. People just use it anyhow.
Nobody to regulate these things. If you see what you believe and you go and spread false rules, that's how it is. So we need to actually have these regulations to know once somebody who comes up with a fake AI information, it's out there. This is AI too. This is not real. This is AI.
Yeah. So like Alex is just saying, this will really help Nigeria startup, compete globally and also prevent the misuse of AI. And also, I think it also positions Nigeria as a tech leader in Africa. So, countries now without an AI plan risk and they're falling behind in this global tech race. Now we're going to short break, and we'll come into the topic of today, which is talking about artificial intelligence chatbots. We're going to tell you different chatbots and maybe just divert your mind away from the one you think you already know, and give you other options and tell you how you can work with them with your different businesses out there. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today on Independent Television. Welcome back to the program. It's Still Tech Today. Yes, we just introduced the topic properly, artificial intelligence chatbots. We know AI is no longer a future talk right now. It's currently in our phones. We use it every day in our businesses, and we use it in our classroom, anywhere, workplace, and all of that. So from different chatbots out there, we have the ChatGPT, to Google's Gemini, to Meta AI chatbots, and even different fintech companies, banks are also using different chatbots to make customer service easier. So this is becoming an everyday tool. And today on Tech Today, we are going to compare popular AI chatbots and how they work, and even why they matter to the Gen Zs, to the SMEs, and to everyday users out there. So Alex, I told you he's a backend engineer, I want to call him a tech guru. So Alex, which of these AI chatbots, which of them have you used before, and which of them do you currently use, and why?
So we all know the famous ChatGPT.
Of course, yes, man.
So I wouldn't say I used it, but my favorite is the Gemini AI.
Oh, why is it your favorite?
Because of it brings out ideas into picture. I don't have to pay a videographer or a cinematographer or a video editor. All I need is give this prompt to this Gemini, work on it.
So you use it basically to bring ideas into picture.
Exactly. Oh. Whatever I write, whatever you talk about now, I go into it, create a prompt for it, and then I can bring that out.
So people that want to do flyers, people that want to just put things out there,
people who have businesses, I would actually want them to key into this Gemini. Yeah.
Gemini.
People who are into graphics, people who want to go deep into graphics, use key into Gemini. It gives you an idea. It's just like what we said earlier. When you create an idea, and this bot understands your idea and refurbishes for you, it gives you different options. And then you, on your own as human, you know how to weigh them. So that's my best for Gemini.
I think I also like I like using if I don't use ChatGPT, obvious ChatGPT, I also use DeepSeek. I use DeepSeek sometimes because when I really want to, except when it has to do with a lot of maybe engineering things, I want to maybe do some codings, and I want to also create a small program, a small software just to, or maybe we have this automation nowadays. I like automating some of my things. If this happens, then do this like this. I learned how to I was exploring DeepSeek, asking questions, and I learned how to I can now apply for a job by just filling a Google form.
Sure.
Yeah. The prompt will just help me to just do that for me, and he will send an email to the recruiter for me, and he would send my CV tailored in that manner.
Thank you.
He would send a cover letter tailored in that manner too, and it just makes life so easy. When you go back and see it, you'll be like, oh, good.
All you have to do is look over it.
So don't just sleep on ChatGPT all the time and thinking, that's all I know about using different chatbots. So AI chatbots, they are softwares that are trained to understand and respond like humans. Okay, so they help you with writing, they help you with researching, customer service, learning, and doing a lot of creativity. Just like Alex said, sharing that you can just make a prompt out there, and from that prompt you get a picture of what is just an image of what is saying. So now, why do you think these chatbots are booming? Why do you think people are now falling into this chatbot now?
So for me, I know one thing about the chatbot is it's an assistant.
But then people will argue that we have Google. Why don't they use Google searches anymore? They want to use AI chatbot.
And I will explain to you.
Okay.
I can go and upload any information on Google.
Okay.
But I cannot upload on ChatGPT. ChatGPT can go on Google and pick the best from Google. ChatGPT can go to, what's the other search engines? Bing and all.
Bing,
pick what I need because of the prompts I've given my bot, the AI. So for Copilot, I use Copilot as well.
Oh yeah.
So most times when I use Copilot and I want to if it involves coding or anything, Once you use Copilot on GitHub, it tells you, oh, this is the best solution. You can use this channel A or this channel B. You don't have to do coding. All you do is look at what you're going to arrive at, and once you get to that point, you know. So one thing, if we rely solely on ChatGPTs or AIs, you cannot get your finished product.
Because I have a problem that I feel in the future, I'm scared that these AI chatbots, whether GPT and all of that, will not make people, humans, think for themselves.
So if you see it that way, what you said is correct. But if you want to learn, you are the one giving the prompts to the AI. So you tailor the prompt to what you want. That's you working.
But yes, I'm saying that, for example, people will now become so lazy. They always go and tell them, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. The next 2 weeks, draft a mail saying I'm not going to come to work tomorrow. Same prompt, maybe just tweak a little bit, maybe say I'm sick today. But people may not learn to just know how to draft a mail in that. Now I can now know that I can tell myself, I can tell if this is an AI generated mail.
Obviously, we
or
should know because we're in the tech space, you should know that.
Yeah, I can
but
tell.
I know that for some other persons out there, they wouldn't know if this is
some persons, I think one time I got a mail where the person even forgot to remove what GPT said.
And all
yes, a refined version of this, and don't do that, please.
For the lazy ones, they will always be caught. But one thing I know about this, once you do this, you take your time and read what it's given before you send it out. If you send the mail and say, oh, ChatGPT, let me send the mail to my manager, I'm not going to come today, I'm feeling sick. You still have the objective to read that mail and understand, tailor it to a way it suits your boss. Sometimes we tell chats, can you reply this as a human?
Yes. And do you know that it replies it, you now seem as if it's, no, I will tell you, don't be so AI-ish.
Thank you. be
human, and it just gives you a different response, and then you say, wow.
So sometimes when it gives you this answer and you read it, you learn from it. But when people just copy and paste it, that's the issue you're talking about now.
So let's bring it to Gen Zs now, because I know they use it more than we do. Sure. Because some of us don't even want to go there, the millennials and all of that, but they use it more than we do. Now, how can this help them? Many of them are still in university, help them with their homework. How would they help them? Because some persons want to just, while they're doing their studies, they want to also create content. So how do you think this can help them create content and even help them after leaving university for their career growth? And also, what are the warnings or the signs they need to avoid whilst using this ChatGPT, this chatbots?
First of all, I advise every Gen Z out there to see this AI chatbot or whatever this AI chatbot as a researching tool. Don't just sit and relax. This is my assistant that does everything. Yes, it's your assistant, but it does your research for you. It's part of the research process. You do this, you go and find out that, oh, this is what's happening, and then you come again and understand. For example, you said something about content creation. I want to create content about tech. I go to ChatGPT and ask, what's up? What's the update on tech? What's this? It gives me, I cannot just come and take whatever chat gives me. I go myself, I understand it. It's part of us reading it. We ought to read whatever chat gives us. And I will tell you, the chat is not always correct.
It's not always correct. And they won't tell, they put a disclaimer out there. That's what you have to know. I think prompt engineering is something that people need to know how to prompt, tailor your prompts to this particular thing you're looking out for, and don't be so generic. Yeah. Now let's move to the entrepreneurs, the SMEs. How would you think using this AI chatbot will help them in their business, assuming they are, they have for customer support or for their social media, managing social media, or they are, pushing their content out there or advertisements, and also helping them for maybe their business plan or proposals, or how do you think this AI chatbot?
I'll come from the customer experience side, customer service aspect, because it's very, very good tool for that. Okay. You have a business, you're not available 24/7, but with that bot set on your website, it answers your customers for you. It gives people, if Momo is into, let's say, Momo has this airline services. Okay. And Momo is traveling in Belgium now, and I want to book for a flight for myself. I reach out to Momo, and the bot will help me because of the prompt you've given your bot. Yeah. He sets my flight for me, gives me the exact prices, and then it makes it easy. That's for your business. Yes. Now, for, let's say, small customer success business, I don't want to start mentioning brands. Like, let's say you have your business right now, and then your customers, there's a glitch somewhere. Your customers are furious online, texting, hi, this is not working, this is not working. The bot is there to help them know that Though we know Nigerians, I will tell you, we are not patient with the bot. But once you arrange your bots in a way, it lets them know that this is the issue and this is what you should do to troubleshoot.
Yeah.
So once you troubleshoot, your problem is half solved. You know what's happening. So that's why I feel for every business, there are different parts where this AI tool is very important.
Yeah.
If you don't use it for your graphics, use it for accounting, use it for different aspects.
Use it to plan your business, use it to even save money and save time, use it for, like Alex said, customer service automation, just answering people, even WhatsApp, use it for WhatsApp businesses to say, hi there, this is so and so business, I'm not available right now, leave this message. People now go further to even engage in, following up on that. You say, okay, what do you want to buy? I want to purchase 3 bags of this and that, okay, how many quantity, where are you located? And it helps you, and it works 247. It's already there, so you don't have to be awake all the time to reply these messages. Now, let's talk about the risk, the ethics, and limitations that we'll have. People, talk about this privacy issue and all of that in AI. Okay. So, how are you using AI chatbots? So, let's talk about that. How do you think we can manage this privacy concerns, data privacy concerns, and the popular thought of that AI would replace humans and replace human thinking? Or the human's creativity per se.
That creativity part about us humans, AI can never take that away from us. I keep saying that because you give these instructions to the AI. The AI cannot work without any human. You prompt this AI. So if I want my AI to work for me this way, I tell him, I want you to be this for me. I want this result in this route. It does that for you. Then it brings out other options, more for you to choose.
Okay.
So I don't see AI. I see that for those who are weak and those who are lazy, let me use lazy, it might affect them.
Okay. But what about for data privacy concerns?
So now, when it comes to this data, I see it as a good one because with AI, I cannot share some of my data.
Okay. What kind of data are you not going to be able to share? Let's enlighten our viewers out there that what they shouldn't share on using these chatbots.
Anything that has to do with privacy, anything that has to do with your personal life, you don't tell ChatGPT these are your hobbies or this is who I am. You don't go and explain yourself. You don't give the chat your bio. Don't go and start telling your chat, oh, my name is this, I'm from this. That information is too much to give out.
But some persons may want to argue and say they are telling that so that the AI response can be tailored exactly for them.
But that information is out there in the open now.
But nothing out there can be secret. Even when you take a picture out there and say I'm right here in Texas or I'm right here in New Benin Market, it's already out there uploaded in the internet.
As soon as you post something and say, hi, I'm down here.
No matter even if you delete it.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Even on your phone. Even if you delete it on your phone, I can still get it on your phone.
But at least people should know that AI is a tool and it is not a master. So you control it. Don't let it control you.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, wrapping up on this interesting conversation, I want to ask you this question. Okay. Would you trust AI to run your business for you?
101%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You would just trust AI to run a business for you?
I would give my AI my prompts, monitor it, and let it run it for me.
And you think it won't make a mistake to do something you don't want?
It won't make, it would make mistakes, but one thing is I get to correct that and it doesn't happen again. Because once you set a prompt for an AI, I will take you to chat, customer service again, respond on this gambling, respond to this. It cannot make mistakes. AI cannot take an answer for something else to drop another thing.
Yeah, actually. So, although there was a time I was in ChatGPT, he made a mistake about a particular figure when I was calculating, and I was like, why did you make this mistake and all of that? He said, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought you wrote it as this,
exactly.
and he explained why the mistake happened, and then I was like, don't do that again. Always cross-check, double-check before you give me a response. And he said, moving forward, and he stored it in my memory, that I would like that. So wrapping up on the program, for those who don't really use all these chatbots, what is your last word? What are your final words to tell them about? That have not used chatbot before, and maybe they are using only one particular chatbot and they don't use any of this that I just mentioned.
The world is evolving. I don't want any of you to be left out. We have to use these tools. These are meant for us. We started this thing started as little as text. Now the AI is everywhere. We have bots.
Yeah.
We need to use remotes to do things. Now it's just by saying your voice command and then things are moving. So how long would you wait? All we have to do right now is get along with this, join the band, use it and be beneficial, get productive with these things. Before you go and call someone and say, I want you to come and help me do this, the bot has done this for you. The AI tool is already ready at your beck and call. All you need is a phone, a smart internet, and then you are good. So for those of you out there, I don't want you to sleep on it. Go into this thing. Whatever issues you are having, ask your bot and see. It will give you an insight. Then from there you can start solving your problem.
Thank you very much. I did not want you to even stop giving that advice out there. Yes, it's been Tech Today. Thank you very much, Alex, for joining us on this program. Yes, I want to just end by saying that AI chatbots are not here to replace humans, but they are here to assist humans. So the real advantage out there is, like Alex shared, is knowing how to use them wisely. So whether you're a Gen Z, you're a business owner, or just curious about this, or just watching the program for the first time, AI is now part of your world. So those who understand AI today will lead tomorrow. So before we leave the studio, I want you to know that we do this also on radio on Monday by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. Every Monday is on radio, 92.3 FM, Independence Radio. So thank you, Alex, once more for coming to the program. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. We'll be seeing more of you again.
Surely.
All right. So always know that in this world of artificial intelligence, in the world of technology, it's good to stay curious, stay connected, and stay very informed. Until next week, my name is Momo Lawal. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. Oba, 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 Oba.
Wahia bota now. Give bota we say anyone. And my work and the na or irun. Only my work. Or the mountain there. Victor Bisugbe. Ni my back and then. I don't book here.
Don't never zoom. Irun mahia gwa kana emeru na ebino kwa ewanu ohu no ma aya lehun osare bo anu fun egbu mahia oba atokpe
ise me o sa bo se nge ni e o no ri e do ba nya kai ore do ya fe me le do tu wa ya o e ave te ni ri o wa kini risi o sa lo bo awo dua obi yo bi to no ge gbera wa ya fe Ewan da hima ya fe eni mata no manoro no ri e yu wa rion ni no gba na wona kate ari oba noro na te government owe opewulu so ba no je no ri eni si yo orion no ya do le wona yi ero eno ne obe do ya fe no gba o te do ya fe so lo gba no ge to no ge pe no ge no ma Radi egwani mani we guy ke mani we guy afere enu mani no ma o adi ma yo ya oba atope se oteme enu ma agwa kana o erun bo erun nebute prayer erun o ma se ni afere a erun erun o ma se erun o se Erun na ni wa be no ya re be no saro bo ya mama he ori opa no ero erun ke ya ase owo wan agbon no saro bo ri no wa no ya agbon e bible ni ma we ni erun e ya fere iyen re ro ndauza no de ma we gwa kan erun no yen so pa erun ma gwa kan na erun kí a ó dọ́wé sí nọ́pì àgbẹ̀ nùgbàmù àgbẹ̀ na ó gbẹ̀ na yàwó ìnà ma ó pànà bá ẹsẹ́sẹ́mẹ̀ sí irun àyà rẹ̀ nẹ̀hó rẹ̀ dọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ irun náà ẹ̀kìnàdó irun náà dó ẹ̀kìnàdí ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀kí ọmọ náà ẹ̀kí ìwò náà ẹ̀kí ìnáwóyákí ìwẹ̀mú rẹ̀ irun àyàdó yàfẹ́ irun ọsẹ ni ya wa bẹ̀dá gbọ̀n wọn náà ìmọ̀ àyà máa ẹ̀ òde ya fẹ́rẹ́ lọ irun sábà ìjà tí yẹn ni mà irun ọ̀pàṣẹ tí ya ìfẹ́ wòrí ẹ̀ irun ẹ̀ máa gbọ́n kánà ẹni wọn ẹ̀ ẹbí bóta rẹ̀ dẹ̀nẹ̀ ẹ̀ náà ọ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀ Victor Bisugbe irun.
Bàbá bẹ́wà ó irun ọwọ́ irun mú ọ̀pìà náà yà gbòdẹ. Eru no ma pàtàkì ewa no nda aweru ngamudia ni yoku to bon pia o ngamudia no rede to bon ram eru na ase no salo bo ahi ni do wa do we no wa nu de no gba wo na samu ba meze eru ngamudia ni yoku to bon pia ngamudia no rede to bon ram zebe ni carry taban ọmọ kọ ma nù ní ekú ẹ̀ ní ọmọani ehun àyà nẹ̀ẹ́ni ehun ọ̀yà nù sàlóbù àyìn ọmọ pa kẹ̀kẹ́ wà pàgọ́wà tí o sàlóbù à dérí ẹ̀ ọ́ náà mẹ tó dìbò ẹ̀ ń lérù wọ́n yìí ní ẹ̀ bàbá wọ́n náà mẹ ehun ọ̀kẹ́yà èmi nọ́kẹ́kẹ́ nira ẹ̀yà asú èmu ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ iye ẹ̀yà asú èmu mímà má bẹ yẹrù má bẹ jà asú ègbé. Na do mi we eri magwalo omo isi ma obo eruna na watana ase no kwa oruwehu hu da we na una gwehu na na emi rire lowo mo ku la mo to unehu sarebwa sumeru urigbo unehu ege ya gbakere odugbo uri eki kiniri na noro egum emi ehun no kwa ewa no mami o ma nenehu oye wo ma no ma e be na aya nne osalobua irin he ora be ikefe iwe wiwe eboro iga oye no ya nu he wa yo sawebo we be mi eni wo ma sawebo o fa fi o ma fi gbe o wi digo nehu o wi no ebo na do wo na me ebo na do wo na me onye wa irin ane ihu yi eru magbe mu da we o ma nenehu esu no ọ̀wọ́n ní níhùn èṣù mami òṣàlọ́pọ̀ ọ̀nà yẹ ní wọn àmà ìwéde ọ wọn ni màá igbó náà níhùn ni màá mèké náà mi dẹ́kòdẹ́ náà yà náà yìí ní ẹ̀ẹ́bẹ́ bọ́wọ́ náà bá ti àbẹ̀rẹ̀ níhùn ní mèké náà sùn náà ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ ẹni wọ́n dá ẹ̀rọ náà ta ọwọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ló dẹ̀ láde èrò wọn àná àyà sí wọn. Ẹ̀rọ wọ́pá náà yá lérún ẹni wọn ẹ̀ ehun orí sẹ́yìn ya fẹ́ ehun ọ̀rẹ́ máa ta ló sàlọ́pọ̀ ya wù ehun ya fẹ́ fúnpá kọ́ àwọn ọlọ́wọ́ yọ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀rùn ọ̀rọ̀ yíwẹ̀ orí ọ̀nà ehun orí ọ̀nà òun bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àṣẹ́nà lẹ́lẹ́kà àbẹ̀rẹ̀ ànẹ́rù yèrí èyí náà ló dùn náà ọwọ́ dúnadúná tọ́ra dúnà ní máa yà ó dúnadúná ẹrù náà èmi rí aṣọ́bọ̀ ìyàfẹ́ ní ìyá máa wọn ẹ̀wọ̀n mọ́dọ̀ à wúlò wọ̀dọ̀ mámi ọmọ bí ẹ̀ gbèrú yárú ẹrù yẹn yà sọ gbèwẹ́ wúlò kọ́ mámi ọmọ àmọ́ sí ti nà kókò wọ́n yà rẹ ẹrù náà ehun wẹ̀rí ayé wúlò ẹrù yọ̀nù kún ní ìyá máa sẹ́ asẹ́ni gèlè alẹ́ nìkan wọ́n ní kíá ẹ̀kínà dóná àbẹ́ ní káàtà sí wọ́n yá pàwọ̀ wá ó wà pa onírù gbogbo wọn ayé èrìnì wẹ̀yìn arúná bọ́ ìdómìnà ní ìwà dómìnà ọ̀sánlọ́bọ̀ ọ̀sánlọ́wọ́dúà bó ṣe náà yọ̀mí gbé bó ti góòlù wẹ́ lérù lámẹ́wẹ́ àfiwòrẹ́ rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n wọn èrò ayá mọ́ àgbọ̀n rẹ̀ ehun eri mayi maya mu agbon e ohun no ha ma o leru ni e bi ni emi mo ni emi hu eye da fun yeye lori ndane omo ni la ri wa ana bi omo ni ne ehun ni ha ye ya na eden ma zo mo pe di yun ma zo mo wedo na ya he ni ehun no ehun ke ai no we gbese no le ma ya fe ya de wo ma do hin ona leru ehun gbese se uda enuye dagiva ema uame noma dagiva we enuriana osaroba koyo weyeya wewu modanu ya be erun kerun nuna be dagbe wewe lehun ke loye ya mmeke na biye nu emi mi na da uwa mi na da neyese erun eya keni wa ehun ayalẹ́gbó ayalógò ehun ó sọ̀rọ̀ bọ́ ají lórí káta náwó bábò yáfẹ́ ehun náà ehun ni alákàsẹ̀ tayọ ehun ẹ̀rù ẹ̀mà ìwúsàrò dè máa gùn akẹ́mìnà yẹn sọpá bẹ̀rùn akínẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ bọ́ọ̀kínẹ̀ ètẹ́ bọ́ọ̀kínẹ̀ mọ́ni lówébè bẹ̀rùn akínẹ̀ òwú ẹ̀nẹ́rọ wa ní ààrẹ wèbò wọ́n ti kó náà lè rú díẹ̀ ẹni ẹ̀rọ ní ọ̀sẹ̀kẹ̀ ní ayé wẹ́ wà á mà wà ní ìmọ̀ olóbo ya fẹ́ ẹ̀yà dùnòdẹ́nu wà nọ̀wọ́ ọ̀nàkà oríwé dúgbẹ́ ìrùn sálọ́gbà dúgbẹ́ ìrùn níkà lọ́gbẹ̀mọ́ ní yóò nọ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ugbó náà àògò náà àtúwẹ̀ àríyẹ́kì wọn alámọ́tọ́ àríyẹ́kì wọn alámọ́tọ́ àríyẹ́ ehun ehinu ima ho na yu ware we ke ehun ye we dagbima oke polo sisense ye kwa wata neru so pa ehun nese obero oni owe wu we ya gbo wa uyo pe ari osi uri ogwe te sewa ebi so meti sunu wa neru wu aya gbo de o ma ni ma me no wu o ma mo ko no wu iwe dawa ewi rare oi fufua ehu magwa kana ni wa bo wa ke wude wa so ke wa va wuteri wa e gbeso wa so yo boka hu owo ewe to salobo gbeso yo boyo o minya o oni ru yo keri wa e wo so na we ni wa e ni we se mi ayo egbe no a mi la se ti mi wa e ni no a to pon salobo we ye se ti mi wa e no a no vie wa ni ne we ye ze yi mi wa e ro ba no ze ro mi go owe benu ye no zo ye ebe ebe we no zo we mitisa we ta ma won marari no ye we o le nu ogun e ra ran eru wo oru digbase egbe ma ya fe ani wa na me hu oru o eru mo ni wa ye egbe we o tere bizugbe
mo ni wa inu kan ne eru e o digbase ni ya fe ohu tagun na ọmọ ní mehu uwe ọmọ ní ọyọ ọmọ ní ma dùn ọmọ ní rírà dùn náà ní ehu ìwú kàn ní ọmọ akọ wọn yàrá yẹ ọbọ tí ó wẹ lélẹ ehu ọyẹ tí náà mọ ehu ọyẹ wà náà mọ ehu ọsùn ọmọ abẹ òdẹnà wà bóyá ehu wọn yà sùn ọmọ ahẹ wọn dẹgbẹ ehu ẹwẹ ẹnà ọmọ ni kẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn àníwẹ̀ lẹ́rù gíní iye kòkòrò ìnàkùgbé ló mèké náà délú fíé mú dáwẹ́ ẹ̀rù náà àwòrán kan ẹ̀ẹ́nù ẹ̀rù ọgọ́mọ òkọ́ ẹ̀rù ẹ̀ẹ́sẹ́ ó sàábù àgbàgbọ́ yọ ọwọ́ òkọ́ ọ̀nà àmẹ́rù ọ̀gá sí ìhù náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀sà àrẹ́pàá pè mí ènìyàn ni yà dó sisi ni yà dé ẹ yà gbọ́ wọn o sọ àwọn bá pè mí yìí ní àmà ìwé tọ́ mi yà dó ẹ o sisi ni ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tọ́ àgbọn náà ọ ẹbọ ni ìsàlùkọ́ àbí tì í yọ wẹ́ èhúwọ̀n ọmọ òkọ́ ọwọ́ ìmọ̀ kàkà bọ́ wá sí oníyè lórí họ ọlọ́wẹ́ the prayer of a wicked person is an abomination ìyẹn wò ni ẹ̀ wọ́n wá sí àlébò yẹn ìyẹn dédé ẹ̀hún ènìyàn ẹ̀hún ọ̀nì ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀nà mẹ́wẹ́ ojú ni ọma ẹ̀ ayáléhu èyí ni ọma ẹ̀ ọ̀lẹ̀lẹ̀hu kìíyàn tí ehu ọ̀hẹ̀hẹ̀ bò ọ̀hẹ̀hu tù ọ̀hẹ̀hu wá tọ́dì àìmọ́ ọ̀tún wà mú ọ̀yẹ̀ gbèrà mi ní ọma èyí ni ehu yé ọ̀dígbàgbé ọ̀ma kọ̀ wọn náà yà wọ̀ ẹni ọ̀nà yà ní ehu èyí ni yàrá gbìyàn ọ̀gbìnàní máa mọ̀ wọ́n ní nẹ́rù oyè ọ̀nà máa ń wẹ òsàrọ̀ wúdà ọ̀sàlọ́gbọ̀ ayé ẹ̀wẹ̀ yàrá nẹ́rù náyàrá nẹ́yìn ní kéwì ní wọ́n kọ́ mọ́ wíyẹn ìgò àlọ́ ẹ̀rù tíyẹ̀ kìn abẹ́ ẹ̀hó ẹ̀rù àmì ẹ̀rù bọ́nú wà dá yìí wọ ọ̀nà ẹ̀rù ńgbẹ́ ẹ̀hó ọ̀nà àhìyàn èmi kéwì nìwẹ̀ ń tà ní ọlọ́run gbogbo ònìyàn orí ọ̀nà mmanú yàtà ní ọfún ìrìnàrọ̀ tó ṣẹ̀dá gbòmù ìsàlẹ̀bọ̀ nọ́mùdí àkímọ̀ ní wọ́n yẹ̀ tí ìrì ìwé ìgbónímọ̀ ní màá tẹ̀ tí yàrá lérùn ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
iṣẹ́ ewu ẹ̀rùmàgbáka níwọ̀n ẹ̀ wẹ̀lọ́dà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀hánàwé rẹ̀ náà wà á nìhùn ẹ̀ bí ẹni òmìnbọn nìhùn yí wọ́n máa sọ ọ̀bọ náà wọ́n sì nìhùn ní máa náà sẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ wẹ́nu à egbò wẹ́nu à wọ́n nìhùn yìí nípa nìhùn yọ̀pa gbèsò wá ìpè àwọn nìhùn yọ ọmọdé yọ ehun ni dèkè ńlá náà dọ̀wọ́n mọ̀bọ́ wa náà gé ọ̀sálọ́gbọ̀ ọ̀sálùdájọ́ ọ̀sálọ́kọ̀ yọ lẹ́nu wọ́n lè nù ní ilé ní ọmọ dé yọ ẹ̀nà ọ̀sẹ̀ má so ní ẹ̀zẹ̀ mìíràn ọmọ ọ̀hún ẹ̀rì ọwọ́ bò ọ̀yà àfíà ọ̀yà àrùjẹsì ọ̀yà àrùyà nílé sìnàzọ́ ni ọmọ pàmò kọ̀kọ̀ ọmọ ìwé wọ́ọ̀rù wa wàwẹ́ ẹ̀mìnàwẹ́ ẹ̀mátàn ìran àwẹ́rá òkú rẹ̀ èyà dènà wá ẹ̀hùn ọ̀yẹ́rẹ̀ náà ẹ̀hùn nàwá ẹ̀hùn ni ọwá ẹ̀hùn ni ìwẹ̀ ni ìhùn náà ni Orioni no ro no gwe de kino ri ade we na ba ma da no wi da wa eruni o asea ehu ke nyeti no hwa nya oho oho ehu da oho epo ebo iyebu iyebeto muda uzaro de magwa kan he muda erunu wewu ni nenu yunu ema de ni ma uto hero no we Allah da hero no ma da no we da ge vai e no ma pa ma e vo wa mo bai e ma e no sunu yi mo ge bai gbesa ya mo ye gan yo o ye ma pa ma e va ye a le re gan ni e ho ye re na owo dua ni ye na e pa e va wa le ma suwe ni la dia o gbe so mi e te la dia ni mo ge bai ya wulo ni ehun ni wa ehun iwe gbe ba e we gbima na e wa na gbon ero mi o wa ni won rio o ehun o wa na ge ya o sare bo ari e afian gbe won o wa re ro lowo ma ehun o re so ma wo e yo re o wa re fe ru wa anenu ni ya bige we o la moto no a uye weka udenoa uye ogbonoa aifie eto ani no ye pe afien gbewe we guane ukoka uke tomatoes uke ya uye we leru e suse una saloba no ge mawo ehu o yi polo se bi gbima ni managbo na se ti mi o wa o ma we gbe so na mi we hu wọ́n yá ìwọ̀n ọ̀sàrọ̀bọ̀ àríyá ìwọ̀n ni àṣẹ́tí ní ẹ̀wọ̀n èèyàn ma ẹ̀rọ ọ̀sàrọ̀bọ̀ àríyá ìwọ̀n yìí náyà agbára ní ẹ̀dàgbọ̀n náyà agbára ní ẹ̀wọ̀n náà yé wíwẹ̀ nàìjíríà yé na á ní ìhùn náà mà wíwẹ̀ nẹ̀gbẹ́ stéètì yé ká ní ìhùn náà mà èèmọ̀ ya fẹ́ nìyí mọ̀ ẹ̀ ní ká la ọ̀dà ọ̀là rẹ̀ ọ̀tún ẹ̀yẹ̀ kí á bọ̀ ní ìhùn.
Awa ehu aiseti kawe ehu ye emi yeboro yi eni kemi no po awu kemi hu ehu na ogba o kawo owo no gwa na ehu e salu bo awesu owo no gwa na ehu e otimo na ya so we ewu no ma e sari ni ma ehu na e ma ha ya se ti ya di ai di maare ya di agbimo di maare ya di aimo di maare ya iwu emi na ya wo bo sale boa ta bo bo sale boa wa nihu o le no ma pado ka we yubo pa ehu me yubo o ma ni wa to ni kankan ehu no me yubo wa ehu era gbo eri ke yidi emi ke mi na wa wo ta gbe ni afefe ehu na o kawo ehu na am ko down whether I ehu ni ko down o sare bo si afian gbe o yenu o yu tobe o yenu o ya allow down o yenu o yu mane o yenu ku we kere mo kewa me e dagbu wa o yi se no ma pado ka we o ko yi kan yawo fero wi gan awo ni no wegbe ana we no la ho no si bi Israel ona wa wo na we do no salobu wa we no do to bodu nyen o salobu na egbu mu eyin ko ni ona igberi yiye be no ona mi kana ri o ya ye eyin no we do keke ri èmi ya ni ri ori oyin wi aru opo pa mo ri gbe ani eze lapa o salobu na gimo le eze ri ise ni man no salobu ai o yan bi awu ni mo ase ọba àtọpẹ iṣẹ́ eru máyéra ni wá eru wọ́n mi wá sọ wàárọ̀ ọ̀wá náà o ọ̀wá náà ẹ̀yẹ ní ìrìnàgbà lọ́wọ́ dáwọ́ wà náà wà nìkí òwú ya ìyàfẹ́ ẹ̀nà nana nílùú lọ àáyá pòrú àáyá rí èrì lájá èrì náà kásùnmù dà
eraso ni aya ri ato yakun ehun aya fi ewo re wa ho ave ya na be no aye o salo bo awo do age wi yo sunu ege ku wo ke na la wona ege lo te do na ege la egwa ege la o redo ya se o tesa ase ya ehun no ni wa do na ye ko ta ni runi to gele so pa esureba no hia ni ya fa mawuma uza no de ma agba kan he oni esu o eyihe ehun o gbesu gbina ehun o agbada o osisi o erikeri na ya gbesu gbina o wadan ebodan otada e ma ro o wa agbon ase no salo pari ne na wa ya ri ari no o salo para ri eru ona ri no ma na ya mewe enenye won ni ta o wa da tada we bo to awu o ma ro eru ro pa wu wa mi mefa wo eru ke ai mefa ni wa mefa ni o salo ba ri ni ma ya fe we de ra ni ani wa bo ta na ma ye na eru e ma ya mo to ọtọ na gbe kan bone o to
e do na gbugba de na wuzo mu e fun ma dun kan na ne ka gwa le hu we no wo yi ngwa ni hu e hu e osu ma pason e osu ma ravan we ga heru ko da o e ni ke mi ya we ni boyi te ya hian gbin anu ibi le no na da to e pia ibi da to e iku iwe tun ya fefe kate imanire kabetu imanire igusa ofun gbogbo wa yaro ni Jésù Kristi na mi mo fun oba atokpe
ise eri mere ye ni wa ehun iwe goto e ma ya fe e ma ni re dade ako wa ni ave ejonwe ni ri egwado ri odonwe eniru beto salogbo atenika no do na no wa ya fe
ise
eyo yen na wo ka yele na be mo na no salogbo na mi we enika no ri eke dan wa ori ore eyo no ne e wa owo wa na do ri ojo we ya e wo na eyo no e o ka yele e wa na do ri a ka yele so owo etin e wa me ye gu e wo na ya fe wa maneru egbe mi ni na ru ori owe na ka yele no salogbo ni ka mo yin ori wọ́n dùn lánàá wáyà fẹ́ ní wàá gbọ́ bá dọ̀lẹ́ wò yìí ìdí àwọn ọdún wo ìwé yé wà ní máa rí ọdún wo iná rí ọdún máa yẹ gbà ó sàlọ́gbọ́n náà rẹ̀ yóò bọ̀ ní wà ákàṣẹ́ ní sàlọ́gbọ́n rí ní wà zẹ́wọ́ ọdún wọn zẹ́wọ́ èdè wọn anúdó àrí ègé ní ọdún àrí ọdún wo ní sàlọ́gbọ́n jẹ́ gbà wọn ọdún lánàá wáyà fẹ́ abẹ́ ẹ̀dùn wo ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ náà rí pé ọdún lánàá wáyà fẹ́ ìyànní rẹ̀ igbó wá sí wa ìyàn rí gómìnkó wa ìyàn rí abẹ ìyàn rí sopọ̀nba ìyàn rí òróró ìyàn rí dáadẹ́ wò yá fẹ́ ní masẹ́tì sùnú yìí ẹni kan náà láwò wò bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá rẹ̀ dòyà fẹ́ tọ́ dùnà ló wà yá fẹ́ rẹ̀ dùnà tọ́wá dùnà ló wà yá o dùnà tọ́wá dùnà ló wà yá ìdó rẹ̀ dùnà tọ́wá dùnà ló wà yá bàbá dùnà ọba àtọpẹ ìṣẹ.
RTV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and it is that program that gives you and I opportunity to talk about some of the trending issues in the country and how it affects us as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the withdrawal of police personnel from very important personalities in the country, and how it's going to be affecting us as individuals, or better still, how it's going to impact us as citizens. And then again, the debates on legalizing gun ownership. So let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say in regards to this topic. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The Nigerian security architecture, I think it is a very, very wrong approach at this time. The way you talk about developed countries and thinking of how police operate, the environments are not the same. First, we do not have good roads. That when you call for police in an emergency response, if it's like in the developed countries, you see police appearing within minutes. You hear of cases of assassinations in places like America. It's only a matter of days they will find the killers of those people. Those are not the situations in Nigeria. People kidnap people in their houses, people kill people on the way, they don't even know who the killers are. The only thing too that also makes some of these people not to be on the road is the simple reason that when they know that there are escorts following some VIPs and some people on the way, they know that it's possible that at some point they will see unexpected police presence. But when they now get to the point where they now say, no, they cannot go with police and then the road is free and all that, you are only inviting terror back to us. If I'm traveling on the way and I know I'm licensed to have a gun in my car, some other persons are coming, and maybe we run into hoodlums, and they know that out of these 20 cars, there's a likelihood that 15 to 16 have arms in them. That will also create that sense of security for the people that are involved. So I just think that it is, yes, the idea to say let's have police at different points is there, but the architecture and infrastructure to support such an idea, we don't have it yet. You don't have drones flying everywhere. If you are overseas, you press a button in your house, they know it is emergency. The police will come, condone of your area, and the people cannot even escape. The police right now, as they are, first, there are no vehicles, they are not well equipped. So how do you even do it? I think that the decision by Mr. President need to be reviewed.
I see it as a right development based on this issue that the president has made concerning police should be withdrawn from notable personalities that are in our society. You discover that for the police to be able to combat insecurity, we have less police in the society. Most of all these notable personality, you just discover that one person will be having 10 police. 10 police. If one particular person is having a police, about 10 attached to him, and the common man has no security to be attached to him, he has no security to be attached to him, then what is the fate of the masses? But to my own take, with this direction, this step that the president has taken, that all police official, army and the officials should be withdrawn from notable personality is a welcome development, so that these officers will be able to go to the city, go to the street, go to the rural area to be able to combat these bandits. Because if all this caliber of men, notable personality, are be giving policemen policemen are attached to them, it will not be a wake-up development. But if they withdraw them, everyone, all hands will not be on deck to fight insurgency, to fight bandits. But when these men are secured, they will feel less concerned about the masses. I believe that with this step that the president has taken, is a very good step so that security for lives and property concerning the common man will be appreciated. On these aspects, it has advantage and it also have disadvantage. It is good for people to have self-defense against this insecurity. But the other way around, when every man is given that license to get a gun or harm himself against attack, sometimes most people will not use it for self-protection, but rather they will begin to use it for destructive activities, like going into using it to embark on armed robbery and different. If somebody offends somebody, he can just bring out his gun and do killing. That is why it will not be encouraged. But the only advantage for the government is that let them employ more hands. Let them get more securities, people, recruit them, train them, tell them what to do, the rules and the don'ts that will govern their security apparatus. All these things should be put in place. Then with more and being employed and well paid, I believe that with all this, they can be able to contain this insurgency and bandits in our country.
We all know that the constitutional role of the police is the protection of lives and property. And like the president has rightly stated, the protection of lives of Nigerians are very paramount. And like the VIPs are still part of the citizens that the police is constitutionally empowered to protect. But you also realize from where the president is coming from, these VIPs form more or less like less than 10% of the larger population of Nigerians. And in that light, he feels that more attention should be given to the masses, to the larger population of Nigeria who are now faced with the challenges of insecurity, while also trying to address the manpower need of the Nigerian police. So in that regard, I totally support that directives that all available manpower now should be channeled towards the protection of the majority of Nigerians outside the VIPs that took a chunk of that number. Looking at on the right of Nigerians to own guns, I still believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe enough for such. Even countries where they have such policies, they are trying to go back. If you see what's going on in America now, they are even trying to look at gun rights laws to see how it can be reviewed. So it's not a policy that has worked or that has been sustained in even where it is currently in force. So for Nigeria, it is not just our only gun that will solve the problem of insecurity. I can tell you, with the kind of anger, with the kind of issues we have now, if Nigerians own guns, they will be using it to settle personal scores, not even the insecurities now. So that might not really solve the problem. I think solving the problem, we need to go into community policing, volunteer security, seeing how well we can domesticate security, make security the duty of everybody, not necessarily a centralized arm of government like you have the centralized police now. So with that, I believe we can substantially bring down, if not to a barest minimum, the current challenges we have now. So it's not really whether we carry guns or not that would solve it, no.
It is a very good thing that the president is actually looking at how he can, curb security by having a lot of, security personnel on ground. But, if you have to fight insecurity by creating another level of insecurity, that's a very big problem, all right? Yes, we know that the VIPs have a lot of this, security escort with them. But if you look at this person too, they are human beings, and somebody who has that kind of, level of position requires some level of security, around him. So for me, I will not, totally say that it is okay to withdraw all the, security personnel from the VIP. No, I do not think that's the best way to go. Instead, I think they should look for a way to have more persons in the force, in the military, in the police, and every other security agencies that can help, in this insecurity, because the VIP are human beings. The right to own a gun, I really do not think that Nigeria is matured for such a thing. Yes, we have that in some developed countries like America, but I do not advise that such law should be put here in Nigeria, because a lot of persons are going to take advantage of this particular situation, and they use it to do other very, very malicious activities. So I do not believe that Nigeria is ripe for self-ownership of gun at this particular point in time.
Insecurity in Nigeria has eaten so deep into the life and well-being of Nigerians. Like in the area of business, it has affected us a lot. Like, for example, those our mothers who travel to village markets in this season of December, where they travel to buy plantain, yams, and others. We see many of them were unable to do this because of the insecurity, and that has also affected their own family, because they will not be able to provide for them because they were unable to do their business the way it ought to be. Like those of us in the real estate sectors, I think it affected us the more, because this is one of the most funny December I've ever experienced, whereby our brothers and sisters in diaspora, they are scared to return home to celebrate with us. And after they have saved this money, and they buy property at the end of the year, so that at least they will not count on one thing that they have achieved. But this time, many of them, they give up. Instead of coming to Edo State or or Nigeria to buy property, you will hear them saying that they want to go to places like Singapore, places like Spain. They will tell you the money they will use to buy property in Abuja, like maybe 350 million, 150 million, 200 million, is enough for them to get property in Spain. And that property in Spain will give them high return of investment than the property in Nigeria. And another thing that affected those in diaspora and the VIPs, let me use that word, very important personalities in our country, is the new law that has been passed by the president, that police personnel should be withdrawn from this set of persons. And the current situation of insecurity in Nigeria, so these persons, they will not be free to come in, because it's as if them coming in, they have signed their death sentence because the security is a threat to them. And at the same time, the police personnel that would have been of assistance to them to guide them is being withdrawn. So it's just as if they want to jump into a hot fry pan. So these ones is what stopped them from not coming to Nigeria, and it affected our business a lot. So those persons we are all to care for, these things restrict us to do a lot for our loved ones. Because if you don't sell property to get money, so there's no way you are going to spend money. So if you check, though we are having traffic and all these around, but the truth is that the well-being, the lifestyle of these our citizens is being compromised, because insecurity has cost them a lot. If the guns is being legalized to every citizen, it's going to cause more havoc at this initial stage. So I believe instead of legalizing gun to individuals, let's recruit more local security personnel that understand this terrain of this environment, because a stranger will not know my community more than me. So if they empower these personnel, give them good sophisticated weapon that they can use to withstand these perpetrators, the criminals, it will be able to at least help us a lot. So owning a gun or legalizing gun to Nigerians, Africans, there's a way we think. Even some of the trained policemen that they are handling weapons, we see what happens after some of them have taken what they are not supposed to take. After when their adrenaline get high, when they are angry, we see how they misuse the gun. So now legalizing gun for a trained person, a civilian, is going to cause more havoc and disaster to us. So I'm not in support of that.
While the opinions of our respondent varies, and some think that the statement by the president to withdraw police personnel from VIPs in the country in order to combat crime, some are also saying that it is not a welcome development. But in all of this, the security of citizens and properties should be a priority. That is what people are clamoring for, and it is something that should be done in order for lives and property of citizens to be secured and for security to be guaranteed. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àdáyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony, with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for staying with us on the program Icons on Independent Television. My guest on the program today is an established health practitioner who has been in the US for over 40 years. She's also an outstanding businesswoman, entrepreneur, and a philanthropist who has continued to make giant strides with various business interests across the world and touching lives in a very, very special way with her milk of human kindness. I'd like to welcome very, very specially Dr. Okoruwa, Dr. Elizabeth Okoruwa Okoje, popularly called Dr. O. Dr. O, it's good to have you on the program Icons on ITV.
Thank you for having me.
Good, good. Well, let's begin with your trajectory in life. You're popularly called Dr. O. Where did that come from? How did you become someone that is recognized or seen globally as Dr. O?
Okay. Well, so for the initials for my last names.
Okay.
You have Dr. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Okoruwa Okoje, aka Dr. Ojugo. What is in there? O. Then I would just basic names like Dr. Okoruwa Okoje. Okay, Dr. Ojugo. Okay. Now here comes out a vibrant part of me that went from grass to grace. So I just see my fans, like my fans, my Hollywood family, in my entertainment business, started by one person, father, and all my Hollywood family, Dr. O. So that was how we all started.
So it's not like a joke, like
thing
and all of that.
Dr. O.
It's not like a stamp on you now today.
Yeah, so when I go to events over there in the United States, I always ask people, my PA will say, whom are you inviting? Are you inviting Dr. Ojugo or are you inviting Dr. O? People say, okay, what is the difference? So if it's Dr. Ojugo, I will just sit there and perform like everybody else. But if they're inviting Dr. O, that is where the Odogun lady in me will come out. Where you see, I will really declare the floor while they Dr. O.
Yeah.
So that is it.
All right.
Doing great things.
All right. Let me ask you this question, which is one of the curtain raiser questions that we have for this program. Talk to us about your growing up. I know you were not born I don't know, maybe you were born with golden spoon in your mouth or a diamond spoon in your mouth. What was it like growing up? What's your trajectory like?
Well, growing up as a little girl in the village, Irua, Osugbenu, Irua, in Edo State, and my parents, Prince Peter Okoje and his queen, Obidu Okoruwa. I grew up as a child that has always been out there. A child that sees something that everybody match, they pass it, but a child that will go there and pick it up and say, oh, this thing is valuable. I grew up as a child that want people to see me. People will be going to the farm. I will tell them, no, don't go. You have to watch me dance first. So I will dance for them before I allow them to go to the farm. And I'm the child, anyone that needs help in my village, I will say, okay, you want water? You want, what do you want me to do? You want me to help you clear the bush? Or you want me to help you cook? You want me to help you pound the yam? People say water. I ride my bike. Sometimes we used to walk from Osugbenu to Obiano River in Irua to go fetch water. Where people are going once, me, I'm already returning twice. Because I feel there are other older women in the village that cannot really fetch water. Then I'll just go, I fetch for my mother, then I go fetch for other people in the neighbors. Then I'm that kind of child also, that I see some kids growing up, they'll be like, oh, we don't eat rice. But for me, growing up, my dad was one of the founders of Cherubim and Seraphim Church, where the food is always there. There's always dedication, there's always food to eat. But I see some of my kids as we are playing, they're like, oh, we don't eat rice every day. We don't eat rice at all. As a particular cousins, their mother goes to the market 3 times a week. You go to Eboma market, she will go to Gbenu market, she will go to Irua market. And I came up with a plan. I said, you know what, you don't eat rice, I'll make sure you eat rice. We go to the ceiling where the mother keep all the bag of rice, we bring it down, we ask one of them to be pounding, I'll ask the other one, this is the pepper, this is tomato, start grinding. They start to grind. Then I'll go to my poultry, because everybody in the village, they feel there's a grace in my hand, so they give me chicken to rear.
For them? For
them. And the chicken which overproducing, then we share. So I have my own little poultry for goat, for everything. So I go to the one that are laying eggs, I pick up some eggs, I put it in the pot. My mom is like, what are you doing? I said, Mom, oh, I'm cooking today, I'm cooking. So I'll be cooking the food. From there, the egg is cooked. From there, I lower the heat for my mother. Then I take the eggs. I go to the next house where the rice is being prepared for those my cousins. Then before you know, stew is ready. Back. Within 30 minutes, rice stew is done. I put two eggs for them. One of them today is the greatest doctor in the whole world. He talks about it to everybody. So that's how we grew up. And me, I grew up as a child, me and my sister, my parents gave birth to 3 of us that time. So me and my sister, very close. We grew up because my mom she married for so long, she didn't have no children. Okay. Then she married my dad, she got pregnant for my sister. You know how it is in our land. Yeah. That child is a special child. Yeah. So that child always comes first, but I always come last. So because of that, I had to learn on how to be recognized by myself. Where people come, oh, this, oh, my sister, oh, beautiful. Me, I came with a special package, as my mother said. I came as a special package whereby when they gave birth to me, my mom carried me for 14 months. She didn't give birth. People will say this is not a child. 14
months would mean like 5 months extra. It's supposed to be 9 months.
Yes, supposed to be 9 months.
So there's an additional 5 months.
Yes.
Before you came into this world.
Yes, and there was no, I never knew all this until when I was writing my book 2014 in America. I decided to write a book, autobiography book. As we were going, the guide asked me, say, you know what, there's a missing puzzle. Let's call your parents. I said, well, my mom is still alive, but my dad no more. So we're asking my mom this question, so she started to release it. She didn't want to say it to me because she didn't want me to feel inferior among my mates. Okay. But I've always knew that there's something in me that's full of grace. Okay. Then my mom now told me that when she was pregnant for that long, they thought she was sick. My dad sent her home. But the brother came, Pastor Jeme, may he so rest in peace. Amen. Then he now came, who was Pata Poetry, came and said, no, this is not a sickness. This is pregnancy. That time, Dr. Okoje from Irua just came for Zuma Memorial Hospital. He took my mother there, and the doctor said, this is baby. I can hear the baby breathe. So they kept my mother there. At the end of the day, they gave birth to me. I didn't look like no child. I was so long and skinny. My cry was so different. They said I would be crying like a little goat. Then my mom, when it's time for baby show, my mom would wrap me up and enter the bush in the barrier and hide. Or like when she had my sister, everybody fell in love with my sister. Even when the white people came, they gave my sister a very important jewelry. But me, I was being hidden. So then the doctor said, don't worry, the baby is a baby, it's a human being. Okay. Then the one that is so funny is that white people see me the way I am today, my mother they were laughing at my mother. They said, this is not a baby. So somebody told her that this is a river child. You should take her to the river, to Obieme River. So my mother really went to the Obieme and sat there, said, if this is your child, take her from me. This is your child, take her from me. So then Dr. Kojena said, if you put breast in her mouth and she's able to suck up your breast, she's a human being. She's not a river child. So my mother stayed there for a few days. I was still with her. Then she came back. She was scared to go home because my dad was like, what kind of a baby is this? You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I started to really grow. I started to strive. I started to fetch for myself. The another thing I had, challenges I had was my legs were too big. My sister and my mom would buy her already made shoes. But me, a shoemaker, had to make my shoe. That's why you see today, I wear heels. I make sure shoes is my passion today. People ask me, why do you always wear heels at this age? I'm like, you know what? At the beginning, I didn't have no shoe. So I would be the only one wearing shoemaker shoes. So as we grew up in the village, as people start to notice, friends start to laugh at me at school. And I say, you know, I came up with an idea. I say, hey, everybody, Christmas was coming. I ran from one village to another. Every night I was telling them, this Christmas, everybody show up in the primary school. Adult, we call it that time. That is the primary school. Show up there, we're going to learn a dance. So everybody gathered. I started to teach them a dance. So we started to dance. I said, this Christmas, we're not wearing no shoes. We're going to dance, we're barefooted. But they didn't know why I was saying that, because I was tired of wearing shoemaker shoe. So because people started to notice. So that was how I broke through that barrier. And that happened again. They came to a point too, when I growing up, I was like first, very smart. My auntie, Mama Ebudo, who is Michael Simmons' mom, was the one my dad followed to the village. Because my dad is actually a priest from Uromi. That's the story of another day. Then she would tell me, you know what, don't ever let anybody put you down, Mama Ebudo. You say, you are a princess. Anywhere you go, pretend the room is open for you. Pretend there's no other person but you. Raise up your shoulders and put your head above and keep striving.
Fantastic. Let me pause it there. I'll come back to you in a moment. It's still Icons on ITV. Interesting story from our guest here, Dr. Princess Elizabeth Okoruwa Okoji, popularly called Dr. O. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Please stay with us. Many thanks again for staying with us on Icons. Dr. O is still with me on this week's edition of the program. Dr. O, many thanks again for coming. Just talk to me about your primary school, secondary school, higher institution, and then your journey to United States of America. You know, we always believe that when you leave the shores of this country, you go to Europe and America. I mean, on the streets, you just find monies there. You pluck money from the trees, you pick money from the ground. And what was it like for you?
Okay, so growing up, as I said earlier, it wasn't easy for me to grow up. So because I grew up in a house where you see a child that was, after so many years before she was born, that child is precious, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Me, right after 1 year, here I am. Why are you here now? You're too early. You know what I mean? And not that anybody said that to me, I'm just the one capping it.
Yeah.
So I'm the kind of child, and the other one, my younger one, is the boy. So I was, you know, a girl, me and a boy. You know how boys are in this country. Boys, if you don't have a boy, you know what it is.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I really want to always, my mom will always snap at me. Always, you know, I'm like, okay, where do I go now? I check, I see all these our family members coming from out of town. Like my cousins, Professor Simen, the late Professor Simen, may so rest in peace. We come with his daughters. I will be there, you know, I'm just there, the one doing everything. Oh, but I say I'm the one that, Mama, happy party. When my auntie got a big well in his compound where people fetch water, I'll be the one to sell water for her, be the one to do things for her. I was just kind of like everybody's child. I was being nosy everywhere. Then my mom, her business was akara, making akara. And I would be the one to sell the most akara for her. I would start selling akara from one village to another, from village to another. I would run back again, Mama, that is done. You pack another one for me. That would be after that. I'll make a lot of money for her then before going to primary school. So when we're in school, I'm that child that sits and listens to the teacher. When the teacher is talking and I don't understand, we say, what did you say? We say, are you sleeping? Did they sleep? I said, no. Oh, where in class? No. I just want to know. I wanted you to say it. So I was always first. So anytime I want to read the result for school, I will kneel down like that. You know when you want to run? Because I know I'm going to come out first. So I'll just go as soon as they call Elizabeth Okorowa. Bam! I will just run. We'll see. I will do some movie. I will do some acting. I will do some dancing. Before I even get to the principal, everybody will say, okay, it's okay. Come and take your result. You know what I mean? So I've been always being like a happy child. A child that loves family. A child that loves people around her. A child that loves to build something out of nothing. And I never really raised my shoulders. I put myself to the level of everybody. Okay. That my childhood, that I grew up at home, tried to help my aunties. Sometimes my mom get me angry. I go to my other auntie, the sister, Helen Mele, Barrister Sena's mom. Okay. I go there. I will hide there and say, don't let my mom know I'm here. I'm not, because that one doesn't have a girl. So I'm your daughter today. So I'll get that one pound here. I used to have, when my mom will sometimes would deprive me of meat, because we say, oh, even if I give you all this meat now, you will still be skinny. So I said, okay, you have to be careful what you say to a child, because it affects them when they grow up, you know. So my auntie, Ivwe, all that one does is sell a bobo, fish and all of that. So I just tell my mom, I say, you know what, I want to go visit Nemena Ivwe, because I know the next day is when she will take the fish to the market. So when I'm in her house, I will help her, Mama, just sleep, don't worry, I'll do everything. I'll just start arranging the bobo, everything perfectly. From there too, I'm throwing some in my mouth, so by the time I come back, I'll be looking fresh. You know what I mean? So I'm that kind of child. I was kind of like, you know, help this person, help that person. I see somebody coming from the farm, the load is too much. I say, you know what, give it to me. I put mine down, first of all, drop the ass at home before I come and pick mine. So that was how I grew up in the village. Then after that, I started to look for, when I was trying to go to high school. So my dad was so scared that time was when they were calling this abortion beds. Nobody wanted their daughter to go to school, because they believe they will just get pregnant. So I'm not going to touch the life of my sister, but I'm going to only touch my own life. So when it got to my turn to get married, like my dad always say, you all have to get married. We meet with the people separately, then I will hide under the flower when the people will come looking for me. I will be hiding, listening to what they're saying. So one day they said, okay, when she's selling akara, just take her and take to Bini. So I was selling akara on this day, I got myself ready. So I was selling akara, then they said, bring akara. I went there, then they said, you are so beautiful. Why will you be selling akara? I said, no, I want to go to school. Yes, we know you want to go to school. If you marry my son, she will take you to school, you will do this, do that. I said, okay. They took me to the room with my akara tin on my head, with my tea here, I put all my money, you know, it's all coins. So as they were about to lock the door to start to kidnap me to take to Benin, like the way they smuggled my sister. And I said, oh, okay, no problem, Benin, of course I'll go to Benin. Then I now let the thief loose, full of coins. Then I just grab it up as I was going to get up. I used it to slap all of them. I used my karate to destroy all of their faces, my weapon. And I opened the door and I ran away, and I was in the bush for almost six days. I didn't come out. I was hiding. Started eating apple, started eating this in the village. So I wasn't born with a golden spoon in my life. My life has always been challenges. So when these challenges come, God always give me the grace on how to navigate around them. So how did I survive that? Then it time come for me to go to high school, you know. Then my dad said, you're not going. I was convincing my mom, you know I sell akara, make you good money. I will go to the farm, I will do this, you must let me go to high school. I will never get pregnant. My father said, no, you're always laughing with guys in the village. I said, Daddy, People that don't even laugh with those guys are the ones that get pregnant. Leave me, let me be. I have my own destiny. Don't stop me. Okay. So what happened? We went to my uncle, Pa Eseme, took me to Ihide, took me to the high school in Auchi to do interview. So we're doing the interview from there. I was done. And my cousin was teaching there. Again admission. I'm now admitted. So it was now we have a prospectus letter and admission letter. That admission letter you have to show when you go to school. For them to admit, it was a Reverend Sister School, Catholic School, St. Angela's in Auchi, Ujeneni there. So then my dad called me, said, I've been seeing you moving, where are you going? I said, Baba, I want to tell you, I've got admission to high school.
So that's when you went to high school?
Yes.
So he didn't know?
No.
But you later told him?
No, I said, Baba, I get admission to high school. He said, really? So the real letter that I need to show for me to be able to enter the high school, I want to give it to my auntie, Mama Ibudo. I want to give it to my auntie to keep. I said, I have a feeling that my dad will do something to that letter. I've always had this situation, like God will give me, I will just like be feeling things and God will just show me what to do, something that might happen. Then I now took that prosperous letter to buy things. I was buying everything already. We put them in my auntie's house. I gave that letter to my dad. My dad said, it's me you want to disgrace. We don't hammer, we don't work. Oh, you know that this many pastors, many apostles. My father took that letter and turned it. Say you not go to the school. I said, I'm going to school. That's the real letter. Boom, I ran away. Then the day I was going to go, the car picked me from my auntie's house. Then one of my aunties that died, her soul rest in peace, followed me to Auchi to take me to school. Meanwhile, I was so young then, about 13, 14. Then I now went to high school. Then I was there. The students, everybody were now doing too much work. And I'm so smart. I fell in love with the Reverend Sisters. And I told them.
So it was a Catholic school?
Yeah, Catholic girls' school.
Catholic girls' school in Auchi?
Yes.
What's the name of the school?
St. Angela's Girls' Grammar School.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Dr. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
No
Thank
problem.
You.
You're welcome.
That's our package for this week of the program Icons on Independent Television. Hope you had a great time with us. Be sure to join us same time, same station next week. We'll bring you another segment of the program. Till then, stay blessed and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And thank you for joining us in the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisu Welsawagie. And so we're doing part 2 of what we started last week, paternity fraud. We heard last week why, when, how, and all of those excuses. And we thought that 1 or 2 people will call in. So today we're having part 2 of that topic. And today's topic is legal and psychological implications of paternity fraud. We're going to look at the legal angle and, of course, the psychological angle. I have in the studio with me Dr. Igedosa Oseme Bartholomew. He's a consultant psychiatrist, Department of Mental Health, University of Benin Teaching Hospital. A pleasure to have you join us today, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure. All right. And then joining us via Zoom is Tega Iswakbo, Esquire. She's a principal partner, Justice Shield Consult. Hello, Tega. We meet again. Thank you for having time to join us on the program. Okay, let me come to my doctor in the house. So, doctor, hope you don't mind me using your first name.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, doc. Let's look at because we started this topic last week, so I don't want to ask you what is paternity fraud, but as a doctor, especially in this field, what's the emotional impact of paternity fraud on the man?
Well, there is a lot of emotional stress, psychological stress that a man experiences in the circumstances of paternity fraud. You can, a very good way to imagine it is to say that somebody is bereaved, like the person has lost a dear one. Or imagine when somebody loses his father or mother or child, close relatives and so on. It can be as, the emotional turmoil can be as bad as that. Because in paternity fraud, you are made to realize, I mean, haven't been unraveled, you are made to realize that the person you have always thought you are the biological father of is no longer your son or is no longer your daughter. And the psychological impact of such awareness, like I said, is as severe as somebody who is bereaved. And the person goes through similar stages of bereavement, according to some psychologists. That is the popular stage by Kubler-Ross, when they talk about denial, anger, bargaining, depression, then finally acceptance. So it's a whole lot, and it can lead to a lot of psychological distress, and in fact, it can lead to a mental disorder if not well addressed.
Okay, when when such a thing happens, like you said, denial will always come. Is it really true? Is it not true? And all of that. There's usually this conflict within the man. How can a man cope with all of this? How can a man cope with it?
Well, it is important to first of all admit that it's a difficult thing to cope with. That's very important. Why this is important is because if we must address the concerns of such people, one of the best things we can do to address their concern is to show them empathy And empathy implies that you must be able to imagine yourself in that kind of situation. So
it's a difficult thing to do, you know?
Yeah, so it is important to realize this, to be able to help such a person and to understand how they cope. And so, because if you do, you understand why they can be angry, you understand why they can be sad, you understand why they can lose the ability to concentrate, you understand why they feel restless, you understand why they are not able to sleep at night. So it is really a lot for them, and one of the things they can do is to accept the reality. And the unfortunate reality here is that that person you used to believe that you are the biological father of, the son, the daughter, you are no longer the biological father, and that has been made known to you. So certainly there will be outrage, there will be anger, yes, and those are acceptable, and that is the truth. But all those things must be controlled. Otherwise, that raw emotion can lead to something more dangerous.
Is that being able to control all of that we want to talk about now, Doctor? How can we help? Because the last place such a person will want to go to is to seek help in a hospital, because the person will tell you that I don't have problems with my head, I can reason well and all of that. The last person that a victim, let's put it that way, we want to see is a psychiatrist or a psychologist. So how do we help these people, those of us who are maybe friends or relative of those victims, so to speak, victim of paternity fraud? How do we stand in for that person to make sure that there is no breakdown in that person's mental health, no depression, no violence whatsoever?
Yeah, one of the things the place to start from is, like I said, one is to understand that whatever it is, what the person is going through, the paternity fraud realization, is a difficult thing to cope with by anybody and by whatever standard. Then the next step is to, as much as possible, support the person. And how can you support the person? Let the person realize that the entirety of his life is not about being a father to a particular person. There is still much more to the individual's life than being a father. Because why this is important is because if an individual do not realize that his self-concept as an individual is not entirely about I am the father of A, I am the father of B. The immediate thing the person will do when he realizes that he is no longer the father of certain person is to go and child. Start thinking of committing suicide.
And sometimes children, not just one or two, maybe 4 or 5 children, after he has invested so much. That is crazy.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, let me ask you this one before I go to Tega, who's already waiting for me online. What is the psychological, or let me put it this way, does the woman or the child or children share in this emotional trauma?
Yeah, certainly.
And if yes, how?
Yes, they share in it. In fact, it is known that there are different levels of victims in case of paternity fraud. But the primary victims are referred to as the misattributed father, or the non-biological father, who is the first or the primary victim. The second primary victim is the child. So to answer your question, the child or the children involved also share in this psychological distress. And to some extent, even the wife or the mother of the child. So for the child, it is also a loss of identity, because the child just doesn't realize that the person he or she used to look father up to as the father is no longer the father. Is enough to put so much pressure and stress on the person's brain, enough for the person to start having inability to sleep, enough for the person to now having inability to concentrate. And so when the child goes to school, you say everything you want to say, the child cannot pick out one because the child is distressed in his or her brain. That is if the child goes to school at all. Then in the night, the child cannot sleep. The reason is not far-fetched. The reason is because what the child considers fundamental to him, or what the child considers fundamental to her, is his or her identity. And that identity is attached to, in quotes, his father. And immediately the child realizes that this person, I've been lied to all these years. this person is not actually my father, the whole chemistry of the child's brain is distorted, and there cannot be a better description of what psychological turmoil can be.
That's quite sad.
To that situation.
That's quite sad. When we come back, we'll come and ask you more questions. All right, let me go to my friend Tega, who's already waiting on the other side. Tega, how do you do? Let me hope and pray that we're able to hear each other. Now, Tega, what does Nigerian law hold for a victim of paternity fraud, and what are the penalties? Are there explicit laws?
So unlike other jurisdictions like UK and US that have separate jurisdiction for paternity fraud, we do not have what we know as paternity fraud as a crime in this jurisdiction. I mean, in Nigeria. Do you understand? So if Mr. A discovers that the children or the child that he has been claiming to be his is no longer his, he cannot, enforce it in the court of law to say, okay, I'm going to enforce my right that paternity fraud, my paternity has been breached. So we do not have that kind of law in Nigeria. But we have other means of going about seeking for compensation or for damages under our law, which can be under torts, talking about the tort of deceit, for example. I don't know if you can hear me.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Yes, talking about the tort of deceit. Now, this is based on what a Latin maxim we know as ubi jus, ubi remedium. That is, where there is a wrong, there is a remedy. So under the tort of deceit, for example, the man can sue for damages. The man can sue for compensation for the money he has spent, bringing up this child over the years, for psychological trauma, for emotional trauma. That's one of the ways the man can seek redress in court. Another way the man can seek redress in court is by dissolution of the marriage. Of course, on the basis of adultery. The evidence of the child stares the court in the face when we talk about adultery. So you need no further evidence, especially where a court-supervised DNA has been conducted and it shows that the man is not the father of the child or the children. So that is a very good way to prove adultery in seeking for dissolution of the marriage. Of course, the man can also seek for to disclaim responsibility of the children or the child in question, because the child would have been bearing his name, in his birth certificate, travel documents, and all that. So the man can approach a court first to seek for a court-supervised DNA, and where it proves that he's not the father of the child, the man can go ahead and now seize responsibility, fatherly responsibility to these children.
Is it possible for the man, assuming something like that happens somewhere, and then the man says, okay, fine, you have done this to me, no problem, but I want these children, but I don't want you as the woman. Is it possible for him to say, okay, I don't want the woman anymore, I don't want the marriage anymore, but because those children were born in my house under my name, I can claim those children? Is it possible for the man to so do? Because he has invested so much.
Very well. You know what? Yes. You know what the court looks at in cases like this is the best interest of the child. A child has grown up to know a man as his or her father. And then you want to just take the child away from the man and say, Mr. B is now your father. The court must look at the best interest of the child. Now, there is a law under our Evidence Act, Section 165, that states that the children of a marriage, the children born during a valid marriage, is presumed to be the children of that man. And until it is rebutted, the father will continue to be the father of that child or those children. So yes, he can decide to say, I want to have the children.
So he can still claim the children as his.
Yes, he can still claim the children as his. As a matter of fact, there is a Supreme Court decision on this. That as long as the children are born during the pendency of a valid marriage, the children can still be claimed to be the children of the man.
I'm going to take a very short break now. When we come back, I'll come back to you. And of course, Dr. Oseme in the studio will come back to you in a moment. Let's take a very short break and we'll be right back. It's paternity fraud we're talking about. Thank you so much for joining us again on the program, Woman to Woman. Don't be surprised you're seeing a man on show. Yeah, he's a professional and he's talking to us about the kind of problem the man can suffer when this happens. So, doctor, a man has said that he's not the biological father of a child he has invested in so much, that he has loved. Sometimes it could be 5 children, it could be 10 children. And that man may be so old he will not be able to have children again, or may not be interested in having children again. Now, the mental state of the man, the mental state of the child or children, I don't want to talk about the mental state of the woman, because I think, I shouldn't have an opinion, but a woman who can be betting for another man right in her husband's house needs to be checked. I mean, that's not a normal, it's not a normal behavior. Though it is eating so deep into the fabrics of society, where a lot of women are doing all of this. Is this a new fashion trend now, to marry one man, stay in his house and be betting another man's baby under the name of the man you are living with? So, doctor, the question is, this man who, some men may not present, they may not do anything, they may not see anything, they may just be laughing and smiling, but I know deep down they are hurting. So such a man, how can we help him to avoid violence, to avoid depression, to avoid committing suicide, or to avoid doing something terrible on him, because society will judge him? The culture, everything will laugh at the man. The man who is supposed to be a victim will not be victimized. And then the child too. How do we help that child to cope? Because the child may suffer a lot of damages in future.
Yes, certainly. The man and the child, they would need a lot of psychological support for obvious reasons, as I said earlier. Do they need to go to hospital to find a psychiatrist or psychologist? Yes, that will be very important.
They have to.
Yes, very, very important. But most importantly, it's also good for the general public or relatives of such people. So, because oftentimes you would hardly find such person on their own going to say, I want to seek a professional help.
Yes, even somebody who is all right, find it difficult to go to the hospital.
So oftentimes it is important to educate the people, the masses, and especially the people around such persons, that they shouldn't be judgmental towards people like that. They should understand that the person is going through a lot of stress. Some of them that refer to as psychological conflict, or some that were referred to as attachment dissonance, for example. Imagine having realized and you are not taking care of somebody you now know is not your child, or haven't realized the person is not your child, and you are imagining all the investment, all the emotion, all the effort that you have put into bringing up such a person, and the fact that this person is not dead. I mean, the child is still alive under your nose. Everything has just changed totally about who you are, who that child is and what the relationship between the both of you are. So it's a lot of dissonance that is capable of actually breaking down any human being. So what is expected of, I would rather want to talk more about what is expected of the individual, is to ensure that he or she he realizes the circumstances, agree that it has happened, and figure out the way forward as much as possible. So while that is important, even the relatives, this is a time not to be judgmental towards this person. This is a time to give support to such individual. I'm emphasizing this because, like I said earlier, most of the time they are not the people who choose by themselves that they want to go and seek help. It is the people around them who identifies this psychological state that this person has found himself, and talk to him as a relative and say, brother, I think you may need to seek help. But we also need to encourage people like that to speak up. And unfortunately, in our environment, one of the ways we assume somebody is a strong man is for the person not to cry when ordinarily the situation demands that he should cry.
Men don't cry.
They say men don't cry.
They don't cry.
But when you are in such a state, one of the ways of healing yourself is actually to cry. Because crying itself is therapeutic.
It doesn't make the man a weakling. It doesn't make him to appear weak.
Exactly.
Weakling.
But unfortunately, that is not what we were taught. From childhood, even up to now. Everybody says a man should not cry. So when the man is psychologically distressed, he should still not cry. Therefore, bottling up the pressure, the psychological pressure, and further damaging himself.
Okay. Tega, are you with me? Is Barrister Tega with me?
Yes,
all right, Tega, let me ask you this question now. It seems that a woman who has committed paternity fraud usually walks free. Even if the man stop paying, stop taking care of the children, divorce her, and all of that, send her away from his life, and I still feel that the woman walk free. Isn't there something the woman can go in for, either jail term or, you name it, a fine or something that will serve as deterrent to that woman?
Yes, definitely. Under the penal code, which applies to some of the northern states in Nigeria, the woman can go to jail for a term of 2 years or more, because under the penal code, adultery is a crime. So if the man sues the woman for adultery, she can go to jail for 2 years or more. And apart from that, the woman can also be made to pay for psychological damage, emotional damage, and what have you. So it's not as if she's going to walk free. Well, I think it's because
the woman pay for all of that. This is our agenda. How much can we pay?
It's because they'll be able to evaluate all that, depending on the evidence that is put forward before the court. And of course, also depending on the age of the child. You know, the child has finished nursery, primary, university, you know. Of course, the woman will be made to pay for all that years of spending money unwarranted.
Okay, so briefly, Tega, how can the man seek redress now? How can the man seek redress?
Yes.
I would like to know.
Yes.
So just do that briefly in 30 seconds if you can.
Yes, like I said before, where there is a wrong, there is a remedy.
Yeah.
Remedium. Now, the man can seek redress by filing a civil suit.
Okay.
Civil suit in terms of maybe dissolution of the marriage, and the evidence will be adultery, psychological trauma, emotional trauma, and all that. The man can also come under criminal law, under the sort of deceit, you know, to claim damages and all that. So yes, that's one of the ways the man can seek redress in court. Of course, the man can also ask the court for a court-supervised DNA test, you know. And
all right, thank you so much, Tega. Doctor, please, maybe in 30 seconds, what's your parting word for that man who may suffer paternity fraud, who is suffering paternity fraud, and then the children too? What's your parting word before we leave? Your parting statement, rather.
For the man, I just want to say that the end of silence is the beginning of healing.
Okay.
So the man needs to realize that silence over psychological stress and bottling them up is not a solution to handling such stress.
Okay.
So speaking up and seeking help is very important for the individual to get himself back on track. And for the child,
yes,
it is also important that the child should be helped by everyone around and ensure that the child seek help. It is very, very important.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you so much, Doctor. You may want to know that paternity fraud has gone so deep. It is tearing the society apart. It has torn marriages apart. And unfortunately, it is only when, or sometimes the man may just know, somebody may just be a whistleblower, or when they want to travel and they need to do DNA tests. Now, so once you want to travel and your wife is refusing DNA test, Oga, go and order for a DNA test so that you'll be sure that your kids are yours. I'm just wondering why DNA tests cannot be done at birth so that the man will know whose child is taking home.
Well,
is it impossible?
It is not impossible,
okay.
But oftentimes in our environment, because it is also, of course, it's not free of charge.
Yes.
There must be some level of suspicion before you say, I want to do it. Because the next thing is it a regular, is it like a malaria parasite test?
Okay.
Is it like a genotype test?
Okay.
So there must be some level of suspicion before you say, I think I want to do this. So there must be an indication, typically, especially in our environment.
All right, for our men, doctor said, words on marble. The end of silence is the beginning of healing. Please speak up so that you don't die in silence. Thank you for being part of our show today. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you very much.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
It is curable, but the cure is a long.
And avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another wonderful time on independent television and radio here in Benin City. The program is Hitches and Voices, brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NAPVID. NAPVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advancing the rights of persons with disability in Nigeria. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and don't forget that this program is coming to you live. We're broadcasting simultaneously on independent television and radio as well. Every day, persons with disability sometimes face the struggle of explaining to people around them that they are human just like every other person, that they have lives, that they have families, that they have businesses, that they just go about doing their thing just like everyone else. So today on this program, our focus will be the reality of everyday life for persons with disability. And we'll be having a conversation with an entrepreneur who is hearing impaired. She will be our guest on this program. Her name is Omorose, I hope I'm getting Omorose Iroe. She is hearing impaired and she's our guest on the program today. And our sign language interpreter, who's been away for quite some time, but thank God she's back now, Cynthia Godwin Aya. She's back on the program as our sign language interpreter. She will definitely be doing justice to our deaf community. So I'd like to say a big welcome to Iroe for coming on the program today. Welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to fire my first question by asking her, how's she doing today and how's today been for her?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, let her take me through the day-to-day struggle of someone with disability, particularly for her who is hearing impaired. What's her day like as a business person? How does she set up for her day?
Okay, I work every day of the week as a fashion designer, and I have a lot of customers as well, and they come strictly for business, and we are able to interact and carry on with the business.
Okay, I want to know what the communication issue will be. Most of our clients or customers, I assume they will not be persons who can understand sign language. So how is she able to communicate with her customer and do her business effectively?
Some of my customers who are not hearing impaired, we can write, send text messages, send SMS, and if it's not through phone, we write on paper to negotiate price. Then the style and design, we can always bring those ones out from pictures, either on phone or on hard copy. It is actually not easy, but we are able to manage to communicate.
All right.
For me as well as a deaf person, it's also very challenging for me to understand when they try to communicate with me. The same way they also force themselves to understand, but somehow we are able to communicate and get along.
All right, this difficulty of communication, how has it affected her business?
Sometimes it becomes very, very difficult for me to understand, and I keep asking them, please, can you come again? Can you come again? And some of them are really very patient, but some of them, they are not. And my main target is to ensure that my customers are satisfied, so that despite the communication barrier, they will want to come back for more business and to give me more materials to make for them.
All right. I'd like her to take us through how she learned this skill and how she was able to raise funds to start this business.
Okay, when I decided to go for this skill acquisition, it wasn't my initial plan. I actually wanted to go to school, but because the money was not there, so my parents now said I should think of which handwork to learn, and that was what informed my decision. I didn't really know that I would do so well in it, but somehow I started and I learned, and establishing her became a challenge. I couldn't get a shop, but today, with the support of Navid and other friends, I have a shop.
All right. Has she experienced any form of discrimination on account of her disability? I mean, people not patronizing her, not giving her a job because they feel that as someone who's hearing impaired, she might not be capable enough to do the job. Has anyone ever doubted her efficiency as a result of her disability?
Yes, I have. I've experienced such discrimination. Let me just cite this particular example. One of my customers brought clothes to me, and on getting to my shop, she asked, I'm looking for your Oga. I said, I am the Oga. He said, how? So she now said, okay, I should call any other person that she can talk with. Called my boy, who was an apprentice under me, and was asking, is this the person sewing here? Is this your Oga? The boy said, yes. He said, are you sure she can make clothes? My clothes. She brought out the style, and she never believed, but I just told her to give me a try. She said, please don't spoil my material, because if you do, you are going to pay for it. I said, okay, what if I do it and I do it perfectly well? Will you double pay me? So, but at the end of the day, I was able to make the cloth neatly for her, and she appreciated it, and she has been giving me more work since that time because she has been satisfied over and over again. For the first time, it was really, really difficult. She really doubted me. But now she has been able to build the trust.
Okay, for someone who is hearing impaired, or let me say for persons with disability, she's an entrepreneur of a sort. How difficult is it for persons with disability to go into business, particularly as someone who is hearing impaired?
It is very difficult, especially for the deaf persons. It is difficult for them to push through. It's not easy, I must tell you. Most hearing persons feel that they cannot trust a deaf person. And I feel that the major reason is the communication barrier. And they are not ready to be patient to start writing us through messages or using paper and biro. So communication makes it very difficult for deaf persons to go into business. And trust issues too it's difficult for hearing persons to trust the deaf. So it makes it difficult for them to go into business, and when they go to excel also becomes a challenge.
All right, this question just popped in my head because sometimes people think that people patronize persons with disability who are into business, maybe out of pity, not necessarily because they feel they are competent. How does she demonstrate the fact that, look, you know what, I can do this not because I don't want the job because I'm hearing impaired. I want the job because I have the capacity to deliver.
Okay, it is true that some people want to pity persons with disability. I have also experienced it, and most times when people try to talk to me, I cannot respond by talking back. I'll rather write. So this particular lady now felt that, oh, let me just pity for you and give you this cloth to make. And when she asked how much I was going to take, I gave her my price. She was like, you know, you have a high price rate like this. She said, because of what I'm going to do for you, don't pity me, but when I finish your work, you are going to be satisfied. And that was actually what happened. When she brought the style for me, I saw it and I knew it was something I could easily make, and I made it for her. She became very pleased and started sourcing for more customers for me. Now, not to give me clothes because they were pitying me, but because of my competence.
Fantastic. And I'm wondering, how important is education in terms of going into any skill or entrepreneurship for persons with disability? I'm wondering in my head, a deaf person who do not understand sign language, who cannot read and write, how does that affect a deaf person who wants to go into business?
For someone without education, it will be difficult to make progress in business, because at least literacy skill is very important.
Yeah.
So when you want to venture into any business, you should be able to read, write, and do little calculations. Even if you want to go into tailoring, you need to learn measurements, which is also going to take your experience to be able to calculate numbers, and you must also know how to write your budget, materials to buy, how much the person is going to pay, so that you can also make your profits. But if that person is not educated or no literacy skill at all, it becomes a very huge challenge. So education is important, even if it's not up to university level, but to the extent that you can do well in business.
All right. There's this notion that most hearing impaired persons often drop out of school. Some argue that amongst the clusters of persons with disability, namely blind, those on wheelchair, the deaf are mostly the ones who drop out of school. How important is vocation, learning skill? How important is it for those with hearing impairment, so that if they cannot go through the 4 walls of the university, at least they can earn a skill?
Yes, vocational training is also very important, because some deaf persons, they usually feel lonely among other persons. So sometimes it becomes difficult for them to even cope when they are learning skill and vocations, especially from a center of a hearing person. Sometimes even schooling before now, it used to be very boring to them as well. Just that now there is improvement because the special school is now paying attention to them. But if it is an inclusive setting, the deaf will be able to stay put and learn, go to school or learn whatever vocation that they have to learn.
I mean, speaking about learning now, I'm thinking, Would the learning necessarily be in a center that is purely for deaf persons, or a deaf person can go to any vocational center? You know, just like people without disability will go to any shop or workshop to become an apprentice. Is it the same for a deaf person, or it has to be a special center?
I feel that a deaf center will be better for them to learn fast. My own experience, speaking from my own experience now, when I learned from a hearing person who was a male, I learned from a male deaf, and within a short period of time, I learned a lot, because communication wasn't so much of a problem for the both of us. We were both deaf. But when I finished, I also wanted to have some experience of female clothes. So after then, I now went to a shop where I was the only deaf person to become an apprentice there. I wasn't comfortable, because sometimes, even when they are not talking about me, I feel that they are talking about me. Even when they laugh, only me won't be laughing. So I wasn't comfortable. So even pay attention there to learn was difficult for me. So for me, I will recommend that a deaf-to-deaf training center, or an all-inclusive center where there will be no communication gap. The deaf will learn better in such environments.
Let's stay with the issue of trust. Now, I've heard this a couple of times for persons with hearing impairment, that trust is an issue with a lot of deaf persons. I would like to know from her, why is it so? Is it just because of the communication? Why do deaf people not trust those who do not share their disability?
The major reason is communication. Maybe just a deaf person is in a group and the deaf person is the only deaf person there. Others are talking. Whether they are talking about the deaf person or not, the deaf person will have that notion that they are talking about him or her. So it becomes very difficult for them to trust. So even when you tell them that you are not talking about them, that notion, that mindset is already there. So it will be difficult for them to change it.
All right, she made mention of someone coming to a shop and the person insisting to give the work to her apprentice. I mean, does she hire the services of only hearing impaired persons as apprentice, or anyone can come and, you know, enroll in her shop and learn her skill as well?
I train both the deaf and also the hearing, both.
That's nice, super nice. We'll go on a quick break. We'll come back. We'll continue our conversation with our guest in the studio. It's been amazing. I just took you through the world of a hearing impaired person. There's more to come, more experience you would love to share with us on the program. But we'll go on a quick break now. When we'll come back, we'll continue our conversation. All right, welcome back. Still with the program, Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio, just in case you're listening to us from your radio set. My guest today is Omorose Iroe, a fashion designer here in Benin City, and she's doing very well for herself, and she's been sharing her experience with us as a deaf person who is living her day-to-day life doing business in the city. I'd like to, you know, deviate a little from her job as a fashion designer and go a little bit into her personal life. I'd like to know if she's married, and if she's not, has she witnessed any sexual harassment? Because we know that a lot of deaf persons are beginning to speak out concerning people harassing them sexually. Has she been through such experience?
Okay, no, I am not married. I am still a spinster. Okay. Talking about sexual harassment, I have experienced it personally. It is not an easy thing. Even in this, my place of business, many of them collect number to say, let's talk about business, but from there, they try to harass me. But because I am already an adult, I am able to surmount those things. Assuming I was a child, it would have been maybe a very big challenge to me. Some of them keep pressing and pressing and pressing, but then I'm able to surmount it. That's it.
All right. She says she's single. I would love to know from her if she's open to marrying someone who's not hearing impaired, or because of the trust issue she talked about earlier, she'll feel much comfortable marrying a person with same disability.
Okay, I'm not particularly concerned about whether the person can hear or if the person is deaf. My concern is if the person will truly love me and if we'll be able to understand each other and make progress in life.
I mean, but we've interviewed a couple of deaf ladies on this program. I think she's about the first saying she's open to marrying someone who do not have any disability. But she also mentioned the issue of trust, someone who cannot communicate in her own language. How does that affect the way she relates with people around her, particularly in terms of building relationships?
Some of them are interested in having a relationship with me. So because of that, they are patient with me to try to understand when I talk, and also when they talk too, I also force myself to understand. So for me, communication is not only signing. Communication is talking and understanding yourself. I can lip read, I can also write. I have a level of speech too that those who are familiar with me can easily understand.
All right, that's good. But what's a message to her fellow deaf person out there, or persons with disability in general, as regards those who are contemplating learning a skill, one skill or the other? Maybe some of them think it's not possible, or how would they get started up to start the business? What's a message to them?
My advice to all, especially the hearing impaired persons, is that they should be patient and pursue their goal in life. They should be patient and be encouraged to pursue their goal in life. If they are not patient, it becomes difficult, because what others will learn easily for a deaf, it might not be as easy as others, but it is possible. with patience and perseverance, they will be able to succeed. Many deaf out there feel that, I am big, I'm bigger than my madam or my oga, so how can I learn? Take that away. Your oga might be smaller than you in size, but the skill that he or she has, you need it in life. So humble yourself and be patient.
Beautiful. I would have loved to go into the issue of, technology. Has technology helped to aid the learning and communication for those with hearing impairment? But unfortunately, we might not be able to go into all of that. Subsequently on this program, we will deal with that subject. But it's a wrap on the program today, Hitches and Voices, on Independent Television and Radio. I'd like to thank you for spending our time to follow us on the program for today. Join us same time next week on the program, Hitches and Voices. I'd like to thank my guest, Omorose, for coming to the program. Till then, spot the hitch and be a voice. My name is Kingsley Okoji.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this lovely Sunday on the program News Review. I am Deborah Iviugbe from thanking you so much for joining us. We reported that the Independent National Electoral Commission also announced that the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections will hold on February 20, 2027, with governorship and state houses of assembly polls scheduled for March 6, 2027. The INEC chairman, Professor Amopitan, disclosed the election timetable at a news conference in Abuja on Friday.
The detailed timetable and schedule of activities have been uploaded to the Commission's website this morning and circulated, or it's been circulated to registered political parties and relevant stakeholders. Political parties are strongly advised to strictly adhere to the timelines. The Commission will not hesitate to enforce compliance with the law. The Commission remains committed to deepening the deployment of technology to enhance transparency in the electoral process, ensuring the continuous cleaning and updating of the National Register of Voters.
Former Rivers State Governor and ex-Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, accused the Tinubu administration of abandoning the welfare of Nigerians in pursuit of political ambitions. Amechi made the allegations while leading Day 2 of the Occupy the National Assembly protest, demanding real-time electronics transmission of election results in Abuja.
A sight to behold as protesters chanting various slogans thronged the main entrance of the National Assembly. The Day 2 protest drew the presence of the former Rivers State Governor and ex-Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, who joined demonstrators in demanding real-time electronic transmission of election results in the Electoral Act. Protesters displayed placards with inscriptions such as "Our vote must count" and "Make electronic transmission of election results to the IREV mandatory." The protesters were, however, stopped by heavily armed security personnel. Speaking with journalists at the protest venue, Rotimi Amechi accused the Tinubu's administration of abandoning the welfare of Nigerians.
People are dying, they don't care. That day, Senator Babi will be in his mansion with police, with army protecting him, while people like us will be on the field. And they are rigging the election. But you know one funny thing? If you think they won't rig, you're wasting time. To stop them from rigging, we must come out in large numbers. I don't know. And if it's maybe I know. If it's the one I know, because we are governors at the same time, he doesn't think it matter. The problem is not even at Babi. Even the president doesn't think the citizens matter. The only time the president began to react to insecurity was when Americans. The day the Americans said, "Oh, they are killing Christians," that's when the president felt his office is threatened. He doesn't care about Nigerians. Okay. this is to make the mark that Nigerians must come out. You're right. What is the essence of this protest? We must go back home now before the election and mobilize ourselves in large number. If there are 300,000 policemen, bring out 600,000 Nigerians.
The protesters also accused lawmakers of undermining democratic reforms to sustain the demonstrations until the National Assembly includes real-time electronic transmission of election results in the Electoral Act. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
And back home in Edo State, we told you during the week on Diary Review that the state government flagged off a campaign against cultism and drug abuse across some secondary schools in Edo South Senatorial District, with a call on stakeholders to take the campaign to the grassroots and ensure cultism is completely eradicated from the state. The Strategic Enlightenment Campaign against cultism and drug abuse focuses on secondary schools across the 18 local government areas of the state.
The anti-cultism and illicit drug abuse sensitization led by Governor Monday Okpebholo follows the enactment of the Secret Cult and Similar Activities Prohibition Law 2025, repealing the 2018 legislation to impose harsher penalties on cult-related violence. Governor Okpebholo, represented by his Principal Security Officer, Saturday Oko, in company with the coordinator, Operation Flush Out Kidnappers and Cultists, Idemudia Noah, took the sensitization to Ihogbe College, Oba Kenzo II Senior Secondary School, Edo Boys High School, and others.
Learn to keep good company. Avoid bad friends, because they will lead you to destruction.
The governor has zero tolerance to cultism, and the Cultism Act is in place 21 years, and he said, and he has particularly emphasized on this, that the brilliance where they breed cultism is secondary school.
A resource person, Dr. Chris Okaka, commended Governor Okpebholo for the initiative, urging students to avoid involvement in cultism, illicit drug abuse, and peer influence to enable them contribute positively to societal development.
Tell you they have objectives, it's a lie. Any objectives that kill people is not an objective. Do you know they kill people?
Principals and students in the schools visited commended Governor Okpebholo for the initiative and appealed for the creation of anti-cultism clubs in secondary schools across the 18 local government areas of the state.
When you say no to cultism, you are doing the right thing.
The junior section to the senior section, beware of your friends. Friendship is one thing that can lead you into destruction.
The cultism in any area, we find them fighting or doing things that is not good if you say no to them.
The anti-cultism campaign continues in Edo Central and Edo North senatorial districts. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
From Edo State House of Assembly, we reported last week that the discovery of a bullet in the seat of the majority leader of the House, Honorable Jonathan Iwamao, during Tuesday plenary led to the indefinite adjournment of legislative activities. The discovery prompted lawmakers to evacuate the chambers, while the State Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, was immediately notified to investigate the incident.
Plenary session was set to resume on Tuesday after the festive break. However, it was disrupted before it even began, as the attention of the majority leader and member representing Esan West constituency, Honorable Jonathan Iwamao, was alarmed about a bullet on his seat. The sudden discovery of the bullet brought proceedings to a halt. Addressing journalists, Honorable Iwamao said investigations are ongoing by the police to determine how the bullet got there, while legislative activities have been postponed indefinitely.
We were preparing for sitting today, and our attention was called to the fact that there was an incident here. So it's possible I say this kind of bullet now. I'm not expert in that one. I'm a lawmaker. So it's the police that will be able to say it's AK-47, it's AK-49, it's a bomb, I don't know. So, but let them do their work. So when they finish, they will give us a report and probably also not brief the press at that time. But we should be rest assured that everything is calm in the house. We are okay. We are not distracted. We are focused. And certainly we will come back and do our normal routine sitting when they would have finished.
The chambers were immediately locked and journalists denied access. Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, was absent during the incident. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, expressed confidence in the timely completion of a major road network connecting the Abuja Airport Expressway to Kuje and Gwagwalada. Wike stated this on Wednesday during a continuation of his project inspection tour in Abuja.
The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, revealed the Kuje Airport Road is currently at 76% completion, describing the route as a key infrastructure that will transform movement within the capital city. He expressed excitement over the speedy progress of the all-important Airport Kuje Gwagwalada Road, noting that the project will be ready for inauguration by June.
First, you know that the airport to Kuje Road is one road that's very key for us.
The minister recalled his last visit to the Kuje Gwagwalada axis, where he stopped near a mosque under construction and applauded the contractors for their performance.
Like the contractors have said, God willing, by first week of June or July, they would have inaugurated this project. It's a very important project, so that you don't need to go to the through airport if you are going to go to town. So it's very important. We are very, very happy with what we've seen. Very happy.
The new road is expected to provide a major alternative route for motorists, cutting travel time and reducing the heavy traffic often experienced around the airport corridor. Giving an insight into the completion period of the ongoing Kuje Gwagwalada axis, Wike revealed that the stretch has already reached nearly 65% completion period.
If you take from the airport to Kuje, it was 30%. And here I can see it's almost 65%, so I think they will beat up.
With June now in sight, all eyes are on the contractors to deliver the game-changing road that promises to end the airport traffic nightmare for many commuters. In Abuja, Wisdom Opakemi, ITV News.
Now moving on, 4 children who were recently adopted by gunmen at the Boneka community of Yanot East local government area of Edo State were during weekend review released and reunited with their families. Speaking as guest on independent radio flagship program Man Around Town, the father of the victims disclosed that ransom was paid to secure their release.
Recovering from such a traumatic experience as kidnap is never easy. However, after enduring days in captivity, the 4 sisters appeared in the studio of independent radio on Man Around Town to share their ordeal. Recounting their experience, the girls said they were taken deep into an unknown forest where they were held for several days. They explained that while in captivity, they were subjected to various forms of torture before eventually being released. They were immediately taken to a hospital for medical attention.
So you see gun, they shoot gun. You can't even meet my sister. Okay. So because they ask, I ask my sister, she won't be all this one. All my aunt say maybe they want save us, something they happen. The next day they don't lead us to bush. Say bush. They call say one of my senior sister will carry baby and some children. The rest they call purpose go inside bush.
Chukuchuku and bangas of everything and cutlass because all of them they affect my leg.
The father and grandmother of the victims confirmed that the girls were freed after a ransom was paid. They expressed appreciation to the police and other individuals who played significant roles in securing the release of their children.
I thank God to say all my children don't share. I give glory to God. I still thank ITV and radio where they say they announce the matter we can spread everywhere.
When my children still come out, all of them don't come out. They stay with me for years. I thank God, I thank everybody.
The 4 girls were said to have spent 8 days in the kidnappers' den before regaining their freedom. As at the time of this report, Edo State Police Command is yet to comment on the release of the kidnapped children. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
In a related development, we told you during Week on Diary Review that a 21-year-old dispatch officer of DBEX Industry Limited in Okpila, David Ekes, was arrested by Edo State Police Command for faking his own adoption after allegedly losing company and customer funds through online betting. The command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ekoedem, says the suspect is in police custody after investigations revealed that his reported kidnapping in Okpila was deliberately staged to conceal 1.3 million naira gambling loss.
ASP Eno Ekoedem said the incident was first reported on January 27, 2026, when a missing person report was lodged at the Okpila Police Division concerning David Ekes, who was said to have gone missing while on duty along the Auchi-Okene Expressway. According to the report, the dispatch officer left his quarters on an unregistered motorcycle and failed to return, prompting fears of a possible kidnapping after the motorcycle was later found abandoned along the road. Following preliminary investigations and a search of surrounding bush paths, David Ekes resurfaced the next day and was taken to a hospital in Okpila, where he initially claimed he had been kidnapped by unidentified persons and forced to trek through a forest. However, ASP Enon revealed that discreet investigations uncovered the suspect had, between January 25th and 26th, lost a sum of 1,308,000 naira belonging to his company and a customer through online gambling on a betting platform.
The officers, upon further investigation, revealed that the said David Ekes, the period in which he got missing, engaged in an online visual sporty bets platform, which he squandered the said amount, 1,308,000 naira, money which belongs to the company in this gambling, and also traveled to Abuja, lodged in a hotel for days, where he stayed to stage his own kidnap. The suspect is currently undergoing investigation, and he has confessed to this crime.
ASP Eno reiterated the message of the Commissioner of Police, Edo State Command, Monday Agbonika, warning youth against excessive gambling and stressing that addiction often leads to desperation and criminal behavior. From the command headquarters in Benin, Jola Diojum, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo during Week on Diary Review performed the traditional kick-off to commence the final match of the third edition of Kada Unity Cup amidst pomp and ceremony. The governor was represented by his Deputy Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, also presented the trophy and cash award to the winning team, NSCDC. It was an exciting moment for guests to include the Esamara of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawao Igbenedion, and numerous football fans as they enjoyed the thrilling encounter.
And the trophy in the hands of the captain.
Winners of the third edition of the Kada Unity Cup, NSCDC, celebrating their victory as they lift the trophy. The Nigerian Immigration Service displayed the spirit of sportsmanship with their hilarious celebration despite losing the match to NSCDC and taking the second place. The first prize winner, NSCDC, was awarded 1 million naira cash. Edo State government later added extra 1 million, making it 2 million naira. In the same vein, Immigration Service went home with 1.2 million naira as the second place winner, while the third place winner, National Youth Service Corps, got 400,000 naira. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo, who was represented by his deputy, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, said the state government is delighted about the tournament and will do all they can to ensure that sports thrives in Edo State. While on his part, the Esama of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sawao Igbenedion, expressed satisfaction with the organizers of the tournament as he congratulated the winners.
We saw energy and talent put to play, and we are very happy with what we've seen, and we have also picked some of the talent we have identified in this place, and by the grace of God we'll put them to use in Edo State vendor insurance.
Wonderful occasion. They did not play much. I'm so impressed. So exciting.
Medals and prizes were presented to the players and the officials, including the cup donor and chief sponsor of Kada Unity Cup and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion.
the Deputy Governor, and others.
It's a great improvement in both the fair play, the participation, the officiating, the turnout of supporters. Generally, all in all, it's very, very good.
Our chief host, the main organizer, our former governor, Chief Lucky Nosakade Benedion, for his continuous interest in Edo State, in sports, and in our youths.
This year's tournament has been full of surprises, but very, very enjoyable.
We're very grateful for being the winner of this year's edition, and we promise to continue like this. And we want to appreciate the organizer for coming up things like this that will not be war alone. They know us for.
Kada Unity Cup is co-sponsored by Edo State Football Association, Kada Plaza, Providence Hotels, IUO, ITV, Osiomo Power, Edo State Sports Commission, amongst others. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, the program News Review will continue. Please do stay. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program News Review. Now moving on. The Argungu International Fishing and Cultural Festival officially commenced with organizers calling on competitors to strictly imbibe by the rules guiding the event. After 6 years of suspension, the world-renowned festival has returned in grand style. The revived festival began with colorful traditional events including camel races and donkey races. The historic town of Argungu is filled to capacity as the festival has attracted visitors from across Nigeria and beyond.
The Argungu International Fishing Festival dates back more than 60 years. According to the Sarkinrua Kebbi, the River King of Kebbi State, who oversees water activities in the state, the festival has continued to unite the Kabawa people and promote cultural heritage. He however warned participating fishermen against entering the river before the official commencement of the grand fishing competition. Archers from Niger State, Yauri and Argungu in Kebbi State, as well as Sokoto, Zamfara and Katsina States competed in the first day of activities. At the end of the contest, the Niger State contingent emerged winner in the catapult competition. Donkeys and camel races also thrilled spectators, with the Niger Republic contingent clinching victory in the camel race event. Some participants commended the Kebbi State Governor, Comrade Nasir Idris, reviving the festival despite the prevailing economic challenges in the country.
saboda ka ga wani suna shiga ruwa ba da izini ba ko da manya ka towa an shiga ruwa ka gani abin da a shawa tasu wannan a shirfa shi a shawa su gani su ga kamar cewa mutane na kamar tashi gona za a caje misali to shi a shawa din Allah da manya su shi ka ba shawa.
From Argungu, headquarters of Argungu local government area of Kebbi State, Mba Mohammed, ITV News.
From Kano State, we brought you this report during Week on Diary Review that there are indications that political activities in that state are gradually gaining momentum as the 2027 general elections approach. Recent developments within the major political parties suggest a realignment and possible shift in alliances and influence across the states.
The recent visit by the son of former APC National Chairman Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje to national leader of the NNPP Senator Rabi Kwankwaso has elicited public attention. While some describe the visit as symbolic, others see it as pathway of a wider political calculation ahead of the next election. Reaction from the party members and residents shows divided opinions. Some APC supporters insist that the party remains strong in Kano State despite internal wranglings. NNPP loyalists insist that the Kwankwasia government still commands wide grassroots support across the states.
This action, we are hoping it is going to unite Kano people. It will bring an end to the thuggery and fightings, especially during political rallies, political campaign, and during electioneering processes.
Concosia, it is never people, not physicians, that made Concosia. It has always been Concosia that made people. You understand? When His Excellency Yabo Kabiru emerged as the flag bearer of the movement, there was a lot of outcry. People are trying to find out who really he is because of his nature. The political landscape in the state has taken another dimension following the defection of the incumbent Governor Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf from the NNPP to the APC, although elected on the NNPP platform. The governor's decision to part with his political mentor, Senator Rabi Kwankwaso, has reshaped alignments and intensified political debates. As political realignment continue, Kano State remains a battleground where emerging alliances may shape future electoral outcome. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
Reigning Queen and runners-up of Miss ITV Nigeria 2025 and the delegation led by the chairman of the organizing committee, Mr. Wilson Omasho, paid a courtesy visit to veteran filmmaker and philanthropist, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen in Benin City. The visit aimed at exploring opportunities for the young talents to gain experience in film production and showcase their skills in creative projects.
In his response, Chairman of Miss ITV Organizing Committee, Mr. Wilson Omasho, thanked Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen for his immense support to the Queens, saying his commitment would help them turn their pageant success into opportunities in the movie industry.
Really did positive because I see a lot of talent in them. Both the Queen, the runner-up, even all of them. I see this desire. They were like, we say, well, we're going to see Ambassador. I say, just be patient, we'll go. And today has come. Well, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for sticking to your word.
In his response, Ambassador Lancelot Imasuen congratulated the Queens and assured them of opportunities to participate in moving productions. He emphasized that willing participants will be guided and encouraged the young talents to stay connected for future collaborations.
I congratulate you, Madam Queen, Miss ITV Nigeria Beauty Pageant winner. And the people are beginning to understand that beauty pageantry is far beyond just physical beauty. And of course, we are open to actualizing our deal.
Meanwhile, the Miss ITV Nigeria 2025 reigning queen and runners-up expressed their gratitude to Ambassador Imasuen for providing a platform that allows their talents to be recognized, nurtured, and applied in creative projects.
I just want to say thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. It's a privilege, and we truly appreciate you so deeply.
I'll never believe that I will be here to see. I've heard a lot about you, and I'm very excited. It's a good privilege. Thank you.
Okay, well, we came to see Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Imasuen Oduwa, which he promised that whoever comes out tops will be given a role in one of his movie production in Nollywood, and he said he's going to stick to his word.
From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
Activities marking the final burial rites of the Ojonwe of Igosa community, Pa Clifford Amadi Igihon, commenced on Thursday last week with a befitting lying estate and service of songs. Children, family members, community elders, and government functionaries converged on his residence to celebrate the impactful life of the nonagenarian to his community.
The body of the Ojonwe was conveyed from Oak Mortuary to his residence, located at number 13 Iguasa, for lying in state and observance of traditional family rites. The event witnessed the presence of various cultural troops who entertained family members and guests. Children of the deceased, led by the elder son and Okaigele of Iguasa community, Osamede Igeon, alongside community elders and guests, eulogized the late Ojonwe, describing him as a man whose leadership brought development and progress to Iguasa community. They said his legacy of unity, peace, and community advancement would continue to be remembered and upheld.
My father was a great man, a hero. He has been so dear to me. He made me to know that there is benefits in doing good.
My dad was very strict, but when it comes to taking care of the children, he was so good about it.
He was a great man. He was a peaceful man. He brings the children together, both the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren.
He tried very well
If not because of him, we could have lost this community. He fights seriously for it also.
It is because of people like Paramandi that we remember when we want to be comfortable, that we have to do more for our people.
I miss him. We are working today. Is now John Way that puts me in that position.
He contributed to the development and the opening of Melutos Hotel. He brought me here.
The event climaxed with a series of songs where attendees were admonished to live lives worthy of emulation.
I say live well, because live well, but shall come one day.
Late Pa Clifford Amadin Igienho, who passed away at the age of 91, served as the Ojianwere of Igosa community until his death. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
With that report, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do not forget to keep it there to test next week Sunday. We shall be bringing the program News Review again. I am Deborah Iviugbe. I'll see you next week. To have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.